Hello and welcome to the official Summit for Democracy event dedicated to advancing technology for democracy, hosted by the United States. Welcome to those of you here in the room and also to those of you joining us online from around the world. I'm Jean Meserve, a journalist, and I'll be guiding you through today's event. The relationship between democracy and technology is complicated. Technology can be used to promote democracy, but it can also be weaponized to undermine democratic institutions. We will examine this complicated picture with highly esteemed speakers in sessions focused on three themes today. First, we'll explore how we can collectively craft an affirmative, rights-respecting vision for technology that is in line with human rights and democratic principles. We will also discuss ways we can counter the misuse of technology and the spread of digital authoritarianism. And finally, we'll examine how we can shape emerging technologies in ways that align with democracy and human rights. Today's event will reflect the U.S. government efforts across departments and agencies, and we're delighted to have 4 members of the Biden-Harris cabinet with us today. To get us started and provide us with opening remarks, let me introduce the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Jean, thank you so much for the introduction and for helping to move us along today. And I really want to first extend a very warm welcome to everyone who is here, as well as to the many who are joining us online. You know, not long after its invention, Thomas Edison said of electricity, "It holds the secrets that will reorganize the life of the world." Today, we are again living through a time when technology is reorganizing the life of the world that we all share. Every country, no matter its form of government, no matter its geography, no matter its size or power, is being transformed by new and evolving tools, from biotechnology altering the building blocks of life to artificial intelligence, changing the production of knowledge, to the devices that we've all got in our pockets, redefining how we relate to each other as human beings. The test we face as democracies is how we can shape this transformation in a way that maximizes its promise, that minimizes its dangers, and reinforces our core values. So today, what I wanted to do to kick us off is to set out a few of the ways that we're working to try to meet this test, working together in government, with partners in the private sector and civil society, a test that, as we meet it today, I think will do much to shape many, many years to come. President Biden likes to say that in many ways we're at an inflection point where the decisions that we're making now and in the next few years are likely to shape the next decades. It's one of those moments that comes along every few generations where we're really at a point of inflection, and our actions are going to make a big difference. So first, we are focused on using technology to try to make our democracies a little bit healthier, a little bit more prosperous, a little bit more inclusive. We're building on democracy's core strengths, our openness, our transparency, our adaptability, and the faith that we place in our citizens to make the system work better, to actually deliver results. Just a few examples of how governments here are using technology to shore up the foundations of democracy, to strengthen its institutions in ways that actually deliver results for people. In the Maldives, recently, they introduced video technology that allows people to participate virtually in court hearings, freeing up time for judges, reducing costs for citizens. In Estonia, as many of you know, citizens can go online to do everything from registering a new business, to paying their taxes, to requesting refills of medical prescriptions, all within minutes. After Malaysia adopted legislation lowering the voting age from 21 to 18, the government was able to automatically register people online who were newly eligible to vote. Participation in elections shot up 25%, giving voice to more than 3 million additional voters. And of course, it's not just governments that are using digital tools to improve people's lives. Transparency advocates are creating open databases that allow members of the public to identify corruption in public works projects. Epidemiologists and researchers are sharing data to accelerate our understanding of deadly viruses and the creation of safe, effective vaccines. Climate scientists are using predictive models to help farmers make better decisions about when and where to plant, increasing agricultural productivity, reducing hunger. Across these efforts, we're working to make sure that all people have access to digital tools and their benefits, because one of the things that history teaches us is that leaps in technology too often deepen instead of diminishing inequities in our societies. And we have to have that constantly in mind as we look at how we're adapting and shaping the technologies of our time. That's why we're making investments at home and around the world to try to close some of the digital divides, whether on gender, nationality, race, disability, geography, income, or any other factor that perpetuate a lack of access to opportunity for underserved groups and underserved communities. Here in the United States, let's take one example. As many of you know, we passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill that dedicates $65 billion to ensuring that everyone in our country has access to reliable, affordable, high-speed internet. Rural, suburban, urban, low, middle, high income. We've already helped millions of lower-income Americans in their households pay their internet bills because, as President Biden says, high-speed connectivity is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. And we're helping partners around the world broaden access too, like the more than $260 million of financing the United States is providing to help upgrade infrastructure in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Rio is in the process of installing 5,000 public Wi-Fi access points, as well as public lighting systems that cut electricity consumption by up to 60%, while also lowering costs and cutting their emissions. And 3/4 of these investments will be made in neighborhoods where people live below the city's average income level. Second, we're working with partners to update and establish as necessary rules and norms so that technology is developed and used in ways that reflect our democratic values and interests. That includes for old technologies like the internet. We've long promoted an open, interoperable, secure, reliable internet. Principles that created the conditions for the internet to grow into a dynamic force for learning, for connection, for economic opportunity. But everyone in this room knows, and colleagues who are joining us online know, that the internet is also growing more closed, more insecure, more siloed by the day. More countries are putting up firewalls and shutting down access, using the internet to try to control speech, quash dissent, spread misinformation and disinformation. So, we are using all the tools in our kit, from software to hardware, from trade to diplomacy, to defend our longstanding vision and stand against these and other threats. A year ago, we launched the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. It reaffirms our commitment to a single open network of networks that respects democratic principles and human rights. To date, more than 65 partners and counting have joined us in making this pledge and taking action to make that pledge real. We also recognize that we have to do better at addressing some of the risks that come with the open internet. People have important concerns about how platforms collect, exploit, and share our personal data, fan the flames of polarization and extremism, endanger women and girls, children, LGBTQI+ people, and other vulnerable groups. Tackling these and other issues requires a delicate balance of the principles at the heart of our vision, such as between openness and security, between protecting speech and preventing incitement, between fostering innovation and limiting the power of big tech. And I think it's more than obvious to say we do not yet have all the answers. We're all working on them, thinking about them, struggling with them, but we have to engage this. Our people, and increasingly our companies, are looking to democratic governments to help establish limits for how platforms can collect, use, and share citizens' personal data. We have heard that message. That's why, in addition to using his authority to address these issues, President Biden has been urging Congress to pass strong bipartisan legislation to protect Americans' privacy. The President's also made clear that we need to be able to hold platforms accountable when they fail to address the harms caused by their technology, from the content they spread to the algorithms that they use. It's also why we're stepping up to shape the rules and guidelines around emerging digital tools like artificial intelligence. The rollout of AI chatbots in recent months has demonstrated how quickly this technology is evolving, how big of an impact it's going to have on each of our lives. In October, we put out a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, 5 principles to try to guide the way we design, use, deploy automated systems in ways that protect our people and defend our democratic values. These include the principle that people should be protected from unsafe or ineffective AI, that people should know when an automated system is being used and understand how it affects them. We've also developed a risk management framework to give individuals, organizations, and societies practical guidance on how to measure and manage the risks of automated systems and make AI that's safe, that's accountable, that's fair, that protects privacy. These principles and guidelines aren't meant to be the final word in navigating the extraordinary complexities around AI and other emerging tools. We know the technology is changing too fast for that. And speaking as someone who's in government, and again, you all know this, many from experience, government is constantly playing catch-up when it comes to technology. And at a time when things seem to be evolving more quickly than ever before, that game of catch-up is even more intense than ever before. But we have to find ways to create guardrails that will continue to strengthen and improve, on together with partners. Third big piece, we're doubling down on investing in democracy's ability to lead on technological innovation. Our ability to shape the digital landscape depends in significant part on maintaining our competitive edge in innovation. Democracy's free flow of ideas and information gives us a built-in advantage, but we can't take our own dynamism for granted. We have to continue to find ways to foster it, to catalyze it, to support it, to encourage it. And that's the basic idea behind the historic investment that President Biden and Congress have made through the CHIPS and Science Act, through the Inflation Reduction Act, through the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's the biggest investment that America has made in generations in revitalizing key industries, recharging our manufacturing base, leading the global energy transition, and boosting basic research, something we've gotten away from in recent decades, while also bolstering the resilience and security of the supply chains that underpin every single one of these efforts. And we're not just investing here at home. We're laying the foundation for innovation in democracies around the world. Because leaps in rights-affirming and privacy-respecting technologies don't just benefit the countries where they're invented. They are good for people everywhere. That's the idea behind the pledge we made at the recent Africa Leaders Summit right here at this convention center to dedicate more than $350 million toward digital transformation in African countries, which will unlock catalytic investments from the private sector on the continent. We're urging allies and partners to make these investments too, because our collective competitiveness depends on it. And democracies are answering the call, such as the G7's unprecedented commitment to spend tens of billions of dollars on tech infrastructure around the globe in the coming years. Fourth, we are pushing back vigorously on authoritarian governments' increasing use of technology to abuse human rights and undermine democracy. That starts with shoring up our resilience against efforts by autocratic governments to sow distrust in democracy, to weaken our institutions, to reach across borders, to target people in our countries. A key part of that is countering the disinformation and misinformation that authoritarian governments spread to polarize our societies. We're doing that not only by exposing lies and manipulations, but by disseminating the truth through individuals, networks, independent media that local communities trust. We're taking steps to protect the security of our citizens' data from authoritarian governments, particularly those with a track record of gathering such information to profile our people, to target those that they see as critics, to steal intellectual property. Protecting this information is also vital to preventing these governments from exploiting platforms to shape what our citizens see online. We're working to thwart the efforts of autocrats to use technology to repress people within as well as beyond their borders. Together with 35 fellow governments and the Freedom Online Coalition, we led an effort to develop a set of guiding principles to encourage the responsible use of surveillance technology, to prevent its misuse by bad actors, such as targeting people based solely on their race, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, political views, or any other classification that is protected by international law. We're taking immediate steps to translate these principles into practice. Just this week, President Biden issued an executive order that bans the U.S. government's use of commercial spyware that poses a risk to our national security or that has been misused by foreign actors to abuse human rights. And we're working to help people living under repressive regimes get access to digital tools, including the uncensored internet. Last September, when the killing of Mahsa Amini by Iran's security forces sparked months of massive protests, the regime cracked down viciously, killing hundreds of people, imprisoning tens of thousands more, and routinely shutting down the internet. In response, we teamed up with companies and civil society groups to help provide the Iranian people with ongoing access to the internet and other vital communications tools so that they could continue to communicate with one another and with the outside world and shine a spotlight on the regime's abuses. New reforms that we rolled out this week will make it easier for our government to provide similar support for people who are facing digital crackdowns in other countries. It's not just Iran, where the private sector and civil society are working with democratic governments to push back against digital authoritarianism. Since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February of last year, businesses and citizens from the United States and other democracies have been on the front lines, helping Ukraine defend its independence, its right to exist, its very democracy. These volunteers have helped maintain connectivity for Ukrainian government institutions and citizens, despite the relentless attacks, providing the Ukrainian government with free access to a secure cloud to store sensitive national databases, helping to counter Moscow's disinformation campaigns on social media. Companies and citizens from democracies have come forward because they believe technology should be used to affirm people's rights, not abuse them, and that it should empower people to define their own path, not allow others to use coercion and violence to choose that path for them. This brings me to a final point that I want to leave you with, and it's the reason that ultimately we feel optimistic about democracy's ability to deliver in a period where technology is once again, as during Thomas Edison's lifetime, reorganizing the life of the world. For all of the challenges that these disruptive technologies present, no system of government is better equipped to drive the forces that they represent in improving our people's lives than democracy. We excel at innovation. We're nimble. We encourage a multiplicity of voices and perspectives to find solutions. We let the best ideas rise to the top, rather than assuming that the best ideas come from the top. We believe our people have a vital role to play in the ongoing process of making our system better, of fixing its flaws. We embrace vigorous and open debate within and across our democracies. And while we democracies may not be perfectly aligned, we may not agree on everything, on how to proceed, we don't try to be. Our willingness to try out different approaches openly, transparently, lets us learn from one another, lets us adapt, lets us improve. Indeed, on all four of the priorities that I set out today, using technology to improve our people's lives in tangible ways, establishing rights-respecting rules for emerging technologies, investing in our innovation, and countering authoritarian governments' use of digital tools to abuse people and weaken democracies, on every single one of those lines of effort, our success ultimately depends on working effectively together. To pass the test, we have to continue to build and broaden coalitions of allies and partners who share our democratic values, who are committed to putting them at the heart of our shared technological future. Whether they're in government or civil society, whether they're innovators or regulators, academics or activists, or simply citizens, we're counting on them, we're counting on you to be part of this collective effort. And In fact, that's exactly what we see in the group gathered at the Summit for Democracy. And that's what gives us confidence that our democracies will not only survive a truly unprecedented period of technological transformation, but shape it to the benefit of our people and to people around the world. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for taking part in this summit. And I'm now looking forward to a conversation with some colleagues. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. To build a more rights-respecting future, it's clear that democracies need to define an affirmative vision for how technology can promote democracy. Our first session, Advancing Democracy and Internet Freedom in a Digital Age, will help us think through how we might craft a world in which technology and democracy are mutually reinforcing. We're joined today by three speakers. Let me introduce them now. Jorge Arguello is Ambassador of Argentina to the United States. Nighat Dad is Executive Director of Digital Rights Foundation. And Funke Opeke is CEO and founder of Main One. And I will now give the floor back to our moderator for this session, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Thank you, Jean. So this is what I really like, because I actually get to ask the questions for once. And we have a great group of colleagues to hear from, to listen to, and to learn from. So I'm really thrilled to be able to join each of you today and to, I think, focus on a few things. I think we all recognize that democracies have to make an affirmative case for how societies can leverage technology to actually advance, to make progress, and as we were talking about just a few minutes ago, to actually try to deliver positive results for our people. And I think we also recognize that the same human rights that we are so engaged in defending offline have to be also respected online. And this is one of the big challenges of our time. We have to have an internet, we have to have a digital ecosystem that respects and protects those rights. And each of you in different ways is engaged in that. So a few things that I wanted to try to put on the table and invite our colleagues to talk about. First of all, my friend, Ambassador Arguello, Argentina is a member of the Freedom Online Coalition. We're very proud to chair this effort, and many in this room are members. As you're looking at it from Argentina's perspective, tell us a little bit about how you see Argentina working to advance internet freedom and to protect the space that we all have to share.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Secretary Antony. Good morning to everyone here. First and foremost, I would like to stress that our country is highly honored to be part of this important event, as well as to be part of the second Summit for Democracy and endorse its final declaration. As you all know, and you probably know, or you may know, our president, Alberto Fernandez, the president of Argentina, was in Washington, D.C. yesterday in order to have a bilateral meeting with President Biden, which was held yesterday at the White House. Our foreign minister, Santiago Cafiero, was part of the presidential delegation. He received the invitation to participate in this panel as a speaker. Unfortunately, he was called away for last-minute business, and he's now in Buenos Aires for what he asked me to convey his deepest apologies to you all. But let me now turn to the topic that gathers us today. Information and communication technologies are in process of constant progress, and have become fundamental tools that improve productivity for development, both economically and socially, fostering greater participation of societies and allowing better access to knowledge, while promoting the strengthening of education in our countries. Likewise, and from the point of view of government interaction with citizens, within the framework of truly democratic societies, these technologies have enhanced the capacity to provide quality, agile services with greater transparency, open communications, and greater participation. In this sense, increasing access to these technologies while strengthening connectivity and achieving the universalization of ICT services is a clear priority that allows us to avoid digital exclusion and reduce inequality. Therefore, aspiring to a knowledge society cannot be dissociated from the achievement of the highest possible levels of social inclusion. The achievement of one will not be fair or democratic if it is not built on the basis of the other. The adoption and implementation of technologies are still a challenge for many countries because while some technologies make leaps of great magnitudes, certain technologies, groups, industries, sectors, workers go at a different pace and require a different policy approach. We must look closely at the different divides, gender, rural, industrial systems, security systems, and analyze together with the private sector and civil society which are the best policies to address those gaps. In Argentina, ARSAT, the state-owned telecommunications company which operates the federal fiber optic network, plays a key role in connecting the unconnected, reaching the demand of small and medium-sized companies, cooperatives, and rural areas. ARSAT, the company, was present some weeks ago here in DC for the satellite conference and had many meetings with US governments and companies to enhance cooperation in telecommunication and data centers. Also, it is important to highlight that in Argentina, fundamental human rights are protected by a solid legal framework guaranteed by our national constitution and in international treaties that have a constitutional hierarchy. The exercise of the rights of freedom of expression and association and the right to privacy is protected and guaranteed in the virtual and real world by the three branches of government. Bearing this in mind, I would like to share with you some important milestones of our laws and policies regarding the ICTs. Argentina has a law which states that, and I'm going to read, the search, reception, and dissemination of information and ideas of all kinds through the Internet service is considered to be included within the constitutional guarantee that protects freedom of expression. Another law guarantees the complete neutrality of networks in all telecommunication services and ICT developments. Now, due to the boost we provide to the ICT sector, knowledge-based services represent the fourth largest export complex in Argentina, and the development of Argentine technology companies with high levels of competitiveness is on the rise. We have also adopted the new knowledge economy law, which broadens and deepens incentives into the sector. Likewise, under the firm conviction that certain vulnerable groups deserve special protection, in 2020, we sanctioned the law, which creates a national program for the prevention and awareness of grooming or cyberbullying against children and adolescents, a crime that was also incorporated to our national criminal code. On the other hand, regarding hate speech and its dissemination, it is worth mentioning that such crime is contemplated. As an open, multicultural, and multi-religious society, in Argentina, we strongly believe in our duty to work for an internet free of hate speech. Our rejection of online terrorism is clear and resounding. Argentina adhered to the Christchurch call in September 2019. The call focuses on the delicate and sensitive balance between security considerations and freedom of expression and data privacy. Argentina has participated in many areas regarding the right of freedom of expression in digital context. We have adhered to a number of international instances, such as the Information and Democracy Forum or the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. Likewise, since June 2016, Argentina has been a member of the Freedom Online Coalition, and we're very proud to work in that sense. In that regard, we wish the US every success in its new chairmanship and reiterate our willingness to work together constructively. The Argentine Republic plays an active role in international and regional forums on issues related to human rights in the digital environment. Finally, Anthony, and before giving back the floor to you, I would like to reaffirm our country's deep commitment to the development of information and communication technologies as fundamental tools for the empowerment of our peoples with free access without exclusion, which allows a true strengthening of societies, helping education and culture, and access to information, as well as a better economic development. We governments, along with the private sector, along with the civil society, must tirelessly work together to make this happen. Thank you very much, Secretary.
Pastor, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that with all of us. Let's talk a little bit about digital inclusion. So, Ms. Dodd, you are working to do exactly that, to try to make sure that women and girls, other marginalized communities are able to access technology and use it to thrive. So what I want to focus on here is your own experience through civil society in advancing rights and inclusion in the digital ecosystem.
Firstly, it's a pleasure to share this panel with esteemed panelists. As a civil society in past few years, we have had a front row seat in seeing the role of digital technologies and internet in both advancing democracies and undermining institutions integral to a free democratic space. And holding these two realities together is important as we truly want to present a holistic picture of the role that technologies play in our democracies. These two binaries also come as no surprise to me, having worked with young women and girls in Pakistan regarding their access to technologies and internet, which can be both as a liberating space in their lives, but also abuse and violence, not only online, but offline as well. So it's really important that when we all are talking about digital rights, we center the experiences of marginalized groups, young women and girls, female journalists, women human rights defenders, activists, when we talk about democracy in the digital age, because these experiences have a lot to teach us. And when it comes to technologies and digital spaces, there are two very main stakeholders who are dominating this space. One is governments around the world, and the second is tech companies, platforms. On one hand, we have governments scrambling to acquire technologies and pass laws that would allow them to control the internet and dominate the pervasive narratives in these spaces. The loss of control over the information we consume and who gets to speak has been troubling for governments with long histories of interrupted and weak democratic rule. Even in countries where rule of law is strong, what we have seen is that they also struggle to come up with really good regulations, the regulations that respect international human rights framework. And on the other hand, we have powerful platforms dominating this space with so much space, profit margins, power to control content and our data. And often we have seen that in my experience, the decade-long work that we have seen, that they are mostly unaccountable towards the governments, but also mainly towards the users who should be the center of the conversation in these spaces. And this sort of throws up fundamental question about democracy. Do we want powerful tech companies to decide our democratic future? And while we are looking into these questions about governments and powerful companies, I think it's important to talk about solutions also. And there is this one solution, which is self-regulatory model. It's an independent Meta's oversight board that the company came up with the solution to hold itself accountable. But the question is, are they holding themselves accountable independently and transparently? And the answer is that, yes, this model that came up 3 years ago, where the people who are actually making decisions around content moderation of this platform are from diverse background. I sit on the board, I'm from global majority. English is not my first language. I bring experiences of the marginalized groups, not only from Pakistan, but South Asia. But then telling companies sitting on this board that the decision that you are making are not truly democratic, are not following international human rights framework, and then come up with solution to tell them what they can do in these situations. And how we are making ourselves transparent is that actually releasing our reports, that the progress that we have made, the progress that the company has made so far. So I think these are the regulatory models I feel are so important to hold these companies accountable. If I talk about my own personal experience as Digital Rights Foundation head in Pakistan, I feel that the global majority is actually at the end of at the receiving end, the decisions that the global north, not only governments, but the tech platforms make. And there is a very little say of the users, especially from global south or global majority. There are such initiatives, local initiatives. If you look around, there's so many civil society organizations around the world who have been working on digital rights for such a long time. They have come up with local solutions. They have been part of international debates. But I think, and we'll speak about this later in the panel conversation as well, that these local solutions need to be taken into account in the global conversations. We cannot really come up with the top-down approach. I think we really need to see what people are locally doing, how they are contextualizing this issue, how they are holding their governments accountable who are coming up with bad regulations and laws while preserving speech in the online space. At the same time, holding people in the global north accountable, that what they are deciding can set bad precedents for the authoritarian regimes as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think particularly the last point that you were making about the need to look to local solutions, to look to local ideas, to do this from the bottom up and the middle out, not just the top down, is going to be vital to success, and ultimately to having sustainable ways of doing things. Because if people are not bought in, they will opt out one way or the other. So appreciate that very much. Accessibility. Ms. Opeke, tell us about how you are looking at this in the work that you're doing in Africa, and particularly operationalizing accessibility. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but we always run the risk with new technologies of having totally bifurcated worlds, and those who have access to them, those who don't. And this is a vital part of your mission. Tell us how you're seeing it.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken, and truly is an honor to be a part of this distinguished panel. As you mentioned, Main One, which is a company that I run, was founded in 2008 to address the digital divide in Africa. The vision was informed at that time with the reality that internet access was only a 10% penetration rate when the rest of the world was at 50%. Today, we have 70% global internet penetration, but most of the African continent is at 50% or below. And so we set out to try to close that gap with a focus on West Africa. Now, how were we able to do that? Nigeria, which is the country that I am from, had returned to democratic rule in 1999. And coming in 2001, on the heels of that, was the liberalization of the telecommunications sector, which enabled private sector companies to deploy telecoms infrastructure for the first time to deliver to citizens. And so coming on the heels of that, we were able to obtain licenses in Nigeria and Ghana, the first private licenses for open access submarine cables to connect West Africa to the rest of the world through Europe. Doing that, building that 7,000-kilometer cable, which initially served 2 countries in West Africa, but is delivering a mix of services to 11 countries today, is part of what has enabled that growth in access to 50%. So what really are the building blocks on which we did that? First was the liberalization, and it is worth noting that not all African countries today have liberalized their telecommunications laws, which says with the shortage of resources and the large infrastructure deficits that a lot of these countries face, they're not able to accelerate digital transformation of their economies because they're not enabling private capital to come in. The next step of our journey, of course, was private capital. And the African Development Bank was a key anchor. So having the kind of patient, more higher risk appetite capital to come into this market. Obviously, skills, and then access to technology, where we had an American company with a depth of experience and capacity deploy the network for us. So what do we see today is that the work is not done yet. And of course, as you go further down the pyramid and try to enable access and more inclusion, it does get more challenging. The word is, what we have to do in these economies is truly grow the market, because the value chain in terms of realizing the return from investment in digital infrastructure is simply not as mature as you have in the advanced economies. So there is a lot of partnering. There is a need for patient capital to consider the affordability and also provision of other elements in the value chain, which in places like Lagos, Nigeria, or Cape Town, South Africa, or Nairobi, Kenya, on the African continent, you're starting to see today. But there's still a lot more to be done. The obvious returns are there are successful companies of scale delivering the services on the African continent. So it proves that it can be done. And that delivering such infrastructure is also providing dividends for democracy, because as you have greater shared prosperity, job creation, financial inclusion, access to services, people are able to drive better outcomes, we're able to reduce unemployment rates, put more people to work. Africa, when you think of it, with 50% internet penetration of a population of 1.4 billion, that's about 700 million people. The average age on the continent is 19, who do not have access and constitute the workforce of tomorrow. So getting the access to those who have currently been excluded so they can form part of this fabric we are building is really critical. And that's building the partnerships to enable that is, I think, going to be critical to get there.
Really want to underscore the point that you made about this not being a favor that one group of countries may be doing for another. It's profoundly in everyone's interest. And in the case of Africa, as you point out, the next 20 years we'll have one in four people on this planet being from and of Africa. So bridging these divides is going to be hugely important. I want to come back to one thing that you mentioned, then maybe we can go a little deeper on some of the things that people have already touched on. You mentioned the importance of private capital. And of course, that's exactly right. And most of our governments, most of our systems can't simply dedicate and direct state resources to some of these challenges. What we can do, what our comparative advantage is in catalyzing and leveraging private sector investment. Based on this experience, though, what do you see, and you've touched on it a little bit, as some of the impediments to that? And then are there any thoughts that you have about how that can be facilitated? You mentioned the need to actually make markets. I'm hopeful, for example, that as the free trade area in Africa actually emerges and we get beyond this abnormal situation where African countries trade more with countries outside of Africa than they do with themselves, that will also help create markets that attract investment in an easier way. But are there other things that come to mind based on your experience?
Yes, understood about governments not being able to write checks, open checks, to drive private infrastructure investment in developing countries. However, for the funds that have been identified, I believe helping to create the frameworks. A lot of these lesser developed economies do not have strong institutions. One of the areas where progress can be made and impact can be driven is helping to strengthen the frameworks, helping to strengthen the work of institutions that are set up to establish and guide those examples. And I really think that's where the most impact can be made. As you mentioned also with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, implementation has not kept pace with expectations that were set a few years ago when the free trade agreement went into effect. So what can be done? And based on the US experience in setting up and working with such agreements to actually facilitate implementation and impact. I believe that's probably where the most impact can be had for the kind of checks that can be written by the US government.
Thank you. So we have an expression. I'm from the federal government. I'm here to help. So I'm from the federal government. I'm here to help. From the perspective of civil society, what can governments be doing better, more effectively to make sure that we're advancing inclusion, that we're making sure that in particularly underserved people, community groups have the benefit of accessibility and also are not finding themselves in the situation where these tools and this technology is actually being used against them?
I think for that, there has been a lot of conversation around including civil society in these conversations. I think first and foremost is we need to really see who are the people from civil society in these conversations? Are these only people from Western democracy and global North? And if civil society from global majority is not part of these conversations, then why not? And I think that leads us to the conversation where civil society is being, civic space has been eroded very slowly, very gradually, and no one even felt that. And I think what Western democracies who are setting good precedents, they can also hold those governments accountable that why this is happening, why these civil society cannot participate in these conversations if they are not truly liberated. And I think the second point is, do they have resources to do that? I think empowering them, not only making them included in these conversations, but also do they have money to do that? And I think while I'm saying these resources, I have seen people doing a lot of labor in these countries for labor towards these companies, telling them what are the gaps that they have so that they can make these online spaces safer for their own communities, and telling government that the laws that they are making are problematic. So it's free labor. It's a thankless job. And I think what governments like US can do is actually help empowering civil society, not only in their own jurisdiction, but around the world, and hold other governments accountable what exactly they are doing to keep this space safer and freer for civil society.
Thank you. Ambassador, any thoughts from the perspective of your country, your government, both on these questions of inclusion and these questions of accessibility?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I would like to stress the importance of the battle we are facing. And allow me to congratulate you for calling for this gathering. For me, it's very important to share the floor with my Nigerian and Pakistani friends. They do a very important work in their countries from the civil society. And something what we must having clear is that there must be an alliance between the government, the civil society, and the private sector. Otherwise, it will not fly. And what we are trying to do is precisely to have it flying. In the case of our country, we are working with different international initiatives. I wrote here the Information for Democracy Forum. We have been working together in that sense. The Declaration for the Future of the Internet and the Freedom for Online Coalition. These are our main activities we develop in the international field. And I would like to stress something that Funke just said. The work is not done yet. The battle is starting. Our democracy, the national democracy, the international democracy, the freedom is at stake. So we must be part of this discussion. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. I'm cognizant of time. I want to make sure that we get some other people in on this conversation. So we have a number of, probably 600 experts in this audience today, but we can't hear from everyone. But there are a few people I'd like to call on, just to get perspectives and also any questions that you have for our wonderful panelists. So Abila Toledo from the Wikimedia Foundation, who's working on technology's impacts on human rights. Amelia, are you here?
Thank you to the panel. My question is, as digitalization happens across government, how can they ensure that tech companies are respecting the human rights of individuals?
Okay. If I may, I think that's a very important question because it needs a clear answer. There is only one way to guarantee that, and it's the development of a strong legal framework. So I want to reiterate, there is an alliance to put on the table between the government, the civil society, and the private sector. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect the right of freedom of expression both, as you said, Anthony, online and offline. So I think that that's our main target to play.
Other thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, yes, governments are powerful and they are already bringing a lot of regulations and laws to hold companies accountable. But I think it's important that we look into other mechanisms where these platforms find themselves accountable as well. And one initiative I have already mentioned, like independent oversight body, which is truly independent and which is also transparent. But I would also like to be very cautious towards giving an only solution like regulatory framework and laws, because it really doesn't work for everyone around the world. There are regulations and laws that we have seen that were made in the name of protecting young women and girls in the online space, cyber harassment, abuse, hate speech, disinformation, but those laws have been weaponized against the very same people. So I think we really need to see how those laws are being made, whether the governments are following international human rights framework, whether civil society is part of those conversations while these laws are being drafted and then implemented, and whether the judges are actually trained to develop good jurisprudence.
Thank you. Next from our audience, Franny Marovich from the International Press Institute, who's working on advancing press freedoms around the world.
Thank you very much, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. I'll be interested, as digitalization is happening across governments and different departments are working, how can you ensure that it's all coordinated around the human rights agenda, that the human rights is at the focus of the work of each government department as they work on digitalization and promoting media freedom? Thank you.
Question. Anyone want to
Maybe
jump
that's
in?
for you, Secretary.
I was afraid you were going to say that. No, it's a hugely important question, and it goes to the work that we're trying to do to make sure that questions, obligations, responsibilities when it comes to human rights are infused in pretty much everything we do, including in places in our own department that might not naturally take that perspective into account when they're trying to formulate policy or advance policy. So one of the challenges, I think, for particularly our organizations in government is to make sure that we're working horizontally as much as possible, because virtually everything we're talking about today connects to the equities of 7, 8, 10, 12 different offices in my own department, and it's the same, I'm sure, for the ambassador and other colleagues in government. So one of the things that we've made a real effort to do is to make sure that in each of our bureaus, both from a geographic perspective, but also a functional perspective, the human rights perspective and dimension is included in the deliberations. At the same time, we've tried to bring together in the State Department under one roof all of these questions, to include the human rights dimension of technology in a new bureau that we stood up for cyberspace and digital policy, as well as for emerging technologies. So partly this is a question of making sure that the direction, the responsibility to do that is clearly communicated, but it's also about setting up the mechanisms within government to make sure that that voice, that perspective is being included, and we've tried to organize ourselves to do that. I don't know if you've had a similar experience.
Yes, I do. I agree with what you have said. I would add that our target, what we are pursuing when we talk about human rights, is a key word. We are trying to guarantee access. We are trying for everybody, for everyone, all over the world. We are trying to guarantee a true democratization of knowledge. That's human rights. And allow me to celebrate a decision made by the Biden administration. Argentina has a very firm stand in the human rights field, probably because of our own terrible experience during the last dictatorships in the 70s. But I said the international community is still celebrating the return of the U.S. to the Human Rights Committee of the United Nations. We are working together. We are coordinating every action, not only between us, but with all the members of the committee, the commission. But I think that is very important, and that will allow us to contribute to guarantee that everybody can engage in this public discussion.
Please.
I would like to speak from the standpoint of weaker democracies, which governments are not necessarily inclined to protect human rights. And in such economies or such countries, what we're finding is access in and of itself starts providing citizens with a voice and a means of easier, faster information dissemination to call attention to the issues and actually push for their rights to be protected. So, taking another, yes, there are governments that are working actively to promote human rights, but there are also governments who want to silence those dissenting voices. And the more access is enabled and is free and affordable, the more we're able to have those dissenting voices speak up.
Yeah, it's a very powerful point. I'll give you one other example, Franny, because you're working on press freedom every single day. One of the things we see from autocratic governance is an effort basically to use lawfare to silence journalists who were just doing their jobs. At this very summit a year ago, one of the initiatives that came out of it was standing up a fund that journalists, media enterprises, particularly small independent media that use bogus legal proceedings that are trying, in effect, to drive them out of business. That's just one initiative among many. As we look at what is being done and how technology is being used or misused to try to silence voices, whether it's from media or from civil society or human rights defenders, we're also looking at what tools can we provide to help them more effectively defend themselves. And that's just one example. John Morris from the Internet Society, working on expanding Internet access and freedom.
Thank you very much. At the Internet Society, we believe that the Internet, the open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy Internet is a tremendous enabler of democracy. But increasingly, decisions by governments in democratic countries and non-democratic countries are threatening the Internet's operations and its global nature. So my question is, how can we ensure that governments proactively assess the potential harmful impact on the Internet from their policy proposals so that we don't inadvertently undermine both global speech, global Internet access, and democracy worldwide?
I think we should stress the importance of the civil society. You have invited 3 of us. 2 of them come from the civil society, NGOs. And that's very important because it's true that not every government works in this direction. Some governments do exactly the contrary. So the multilateral fora, the organizations from the civil society are called to play a key role in this issue.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think it's imperative on us in government in particular to make sure that we have all of the different stakeholders in on the takeoff, not just on the landing, precisely because we need to make sure that we're factoring in these different perspectives, precisely because there are inevitably, to your point, second and third order consequences that we may not see because we're coming at it from one perspective that we need to be able to identify up front before it's too late. And we actually have an effect that is not the one that we wanted to have. And it goes to a point I was making earlier when I was speaking, and I found this over 30 years in government, particularly when it comes to technology. The pace with which it's moving is so fast, and the relative lack of expertise in government is such that we're constantly playing catch up and just understanding, never mind trying to figure out what is the appropriate rule, norm, regulation that actually makes sense, doesn't have second and third order consequences that we don't like, that somehow balances the different equities that are in play. I think one of the answers to this for me, besides making sure that the stakeholders are at the table from the takeoff, is actually to make sure that in government itself, we have more of this expertise. And that it's not only, as important as that is, so-called outside stakeholders that are involved, but within our own institutions. We have people who have come up in these disciplines who bring that perspective to bear and can make a huge difference in making, helping us to make policy. One of the things that struck me some years ago in government was so much of what we do actually has a technological or innovative solution as part, at least, of the answer, what we're doing. But so many of us, again, are not coming up in these disciplines, and we need technologists, innovators, civil society, and others in the room, sometimes even just to tell us whether we need technologists, innovators, and civil societies in the room, because, again, it's identifying a problem from the outset that we may not see. So I think it just goes to this point that both of us are making, that unless everyone with an equity, a perspective, an experience on these questions is in on the takeoff, we're probably not going to have a smooth landing. So we have a few minutes left. One of the things that I know bedevils all of us in different ways is how we think about dealing with disinformation and misinformation that's in our ecosystems, and to do it in a way that is protective of speech, not destructive of it, and to do it in a way, again, that uses. Truth has now become a subjective word, so I hate to use it, but that brings truth to bear. I'm just wondering, from each of your perspectives, if this is something that you've had to grapple with, to think about, and whether there are any ideas that you want to surface today in helping us think about it. Just throwing that out there.
We need a growing, transparent, public discussion. This is the way we should follow to pursue the target. I want to share something with you. In Argentina, we are doing an experiment, an electoral experiment. We have called, I have mentioned government, civil society, private sector. We have called Facebook and Twitter. And there is a public agreement between the government, the political parties, and these two companies related to the electoral debate in Argentina, for example. That's what is the idea? The idea is to guarantee transparency in the discussion, the possibility of having everyone on board, every sector on board, and particularly, or I would like to stress, to guarantee a real public debate where everyone has the chance to participate. I think that might be a new, in my country, it's going to be a new tool that will provide a better situation. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think more conversation is needed, education, awareness raising among stakeholders, government officials, judiciary. But at the same time, I think keeping an eye that there's always this tendency from the powerful actors to criminalize this kind of speech. And I think we have to be very, very careful if governments are making these decisions, how civil society can be part of those conversations. And I believe that more speech is an answer and not banning the speech. And just want to mention one initiative that I'm also part of is because misinformation and disinformation has harmed women and girls online, female journalists. It has increased online gender-based violence, and this global partnership on to address tech-facilitated violence, which again, U.S. government is taking a leading role, and other governments are part of it. I think these are the kind of initiatives that we need more, and also like-minded governments are part of such kind of partnerships. We need to see how we can bring those governments which are not like-minded and how they are becoming part of these conversations, I think that that's much needed.
Thank you.
Well, I think what you have are that the most powerful and motivated and the authoritarian voices then try to crowd people out and feed a lot of this misinformation. So I also agree that more conversation is required, but more the broadening of access so that the advantage some of these people have in weaponizing, in being the loudest and the sometimes the only voices or the strongest voices in the room can be crowded out by broader sections of society.
Secretary, can
Please.
I just one last thing? I really want to commend the executive order that has been issued by the President Biden to ban spyware, which violates human rights. And I would like to acknowledge that civil society has been doing a lot of work for years around this issue. And I think you guys have set a really good precedent for other governments. And we would like to see this kind of decision coming from other Western democracies and then hopefully from other regimes as well. Thank you.
Well, you just heard it, so thank you. We are predictably out of time. I just want to see if anyone has any last things that they want to say, put on the table that they didn't get a chance to say. Pastor, anything?
I just want to thank you again. This is the way, this is the direction we should work on. So I want you to know that we will try to reproduce this scenario in our country following what you're doing here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything?
I just want to say empower civil society, give them resources, make them part of these conversations in proper spirit, and I think that's it.
Good way to conclude. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Before Administrator Samantha Power comes on stage, let's watch a brief video from USAID.
Technology has the power to transform lives and connect us like never before. But when it undermines human rights or democratic values, technology becomes a form of repression. Mounting evidence suggests that the misuse of technology erodes trust and stifles freedom. It threatens the foundations of our global democracy. The United States government, working closely with partner countries, has been leading efforts to ensure that technology advances democratic values, supporting an internet that is open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, and secure, and promoting digital ecosystems that respect individual privacy and foster inclusion. We can stem the growing tide of digital repression and drive technological innovation that has democratic values at its core. USAID, in collaboration with DevTech Systems, is leading global research to better understand how technology and data impact democracy and human rights. The evidence gathered will support innovative new programming at USAID under the Advancing Digital Democracy Initiative. Preliminary results from this research show that communities across the globe want more democratic digital governance, and they are forging new partnerships and strengthening existing ones to make this happen. In Indonesia, the government is building multi-stakeholder networks to address cross-border data flows and ensure the free flow of data with trust. In Serbia, the Commissioner for Data Protection, private sector companies, and civic actors are collaborating to implement Serbia's data protection law. In Zambia, the government is partnering with local organizations to form a multi-stakeholder platform that will facilitate digital transformation and advocate for rights respecting legal frameworks. These are promising opportunities, but much work remains to be done. By working together to build diverse coalitions and share knowledge, we can create policies and incentivize investments that advance the values we hold dear. Only by working together can we confront the digital challenges we face and foster a rights-respecting digital future.
And we will now hear closing remarks for this session from Administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, Samantha Power.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great to see you, as well as great to know that there's so many people joining online. Great to hear the panel discussion that preceded me, and of course the Secretary's remarks. And I just want to start by thanking the Technology and Democracy cohort, which is composed of more than 80 civil society organizations and co-led critically by the governments of the United Kingdom and Estonia and Access Now, for your efforts to address internet shutdowns and to promote privacy-enhancing technologies. Thank you so very much. Thanks also to Jean for herself helping to spread awareness of the dual use of technology to strengthen or undermine national security. And thanks to Secretary Blinken, again, not just for being here today, but for being such a powerful partner in the work to affirm democratic values through technology. And thank you to our panelists who, in the face of rising digital repression, are showing us how technologies can build more democratic societies still. Back in 2020, Volodymyr Zelensky launched an app that some of you may know about called DIA. DIA was to help citizens access essential government services. This was part of his vision to create what he called the state in a smartphone. And amazingly, notwithstanding the bombs falling and the brutal aggression happening against Ukraine as we speak, Zelensky has made it happen. He has helped Ukrainians electronically access more than 120 services, from passports to pensions to housing loans. And when Putin and his forces invaded, DIA didn't just survive, it has actually become a lifeline for Ukraine's people. Ukrainians in the line of fire are now able to access emergency government funds and report property damage through this app. Those who lost their jobs can apply for unemployment benefits. They can get connected to companies that are still operating. And Ukrainians forced from their homes now carry with them, thanks to this app, copies of identification documents digitally, all there in a single app. Today, more than 18 million people use DIA, and I encourage you all to Google and learn more about it. More than half of Ukraine's population is on this app, relying on this app for their day-to-day lives. Over 18 million people, that means, can easily access critical government services, and in a country that, of course, has had major challenges with corruption, more than 18 million people can clearly see what their government is doing, how these payments are being made, and that the government understands their needs, even as those needs rapidly evolve as they are in this war. Over 18 million people can see every day and every hour of every day that they're on this app that technology can help democracy deliver. Ukraine is not alone. Estonia, which, as many of you know, is recognized as the so-called digital republic for being one of the world's most tech-forward countries, recently announced the adoption of a DIA-like app for their citizens, facilitated through a partnership with Ukraine and using core parts of DIA's code and design. An amazing Ukrainian export this is. And as our panelists have just demonstrated, nations around the world are also using technology to strengthen democracy. As you heard from Secretary Blinken, the US government is supporting similar work in partner countries, and USAID works hand in glove with other agencies, including the State Department, to help make that happen. In the Dominican Republic, where President Luis Abinader has focused on rooting out corruption, USAID partnered with Transparency International to create Cafe Claro, a public tool which uses algorithms to identify irregularities in spending patterns that could signal corruption, and which forensic accountants can then follow up and investigate. In Bangladesh, where false rumors about COVID-19 were rampant, USAID worked with the international nonprofit BRAC to create a digital rumor map based on data from across 48 districts, showing which rumors were trending, which were most popular, and where they were taking hold. But efforts to leverage technology have often lacked the guardrails needed to prevent the misuse of technology and the misuse of data. As chair of the Freedom Online Coalition, the US government is working with member states to launch a set of donor principles for the digital age, which will help guide donors to support technological innovation while also preserving human rights. Today, we are investing in two efforts that I want to briefly highlight to infuse digital advances with democratic and ethical values. Through the Pro-Info initiative, USAID will now work with Congress to commit up to $16 million, in part to help build digital and media literacy in our partner countries overseas, building resistance to information abuse. We'll partner with the State Department to support emerging technologies that flag manipulated information and pre-bunking efforts that train communities to recognize the telltale signs of information abuse. Through a second initiative, the Transform Initiative, USAID is going to invest $6 million over 3 years to address online abuse targeting women and girls. For example, by working to flag and prevent harassment, threats of violence, or gendered information manipulation on websites and on online platforms. And through Pro-Info, Transform, and our broader Advancing Digital Democracy initiative, which was launched last year, we're also bringing together partners to collaborate on similar efforts. We're connecting tech companies with communities to design tools that are truly by and for the people. And we're bringing together partner governments, civil society organizations, private companies, and donors to preserve human rights in the process. Today, as you all know, our task is actually clear. It is to take full control of our digital future. Whether we are government, civil society, or the private sector, we have to come together to design technological solutions to democracy's greatest threats. And we have to infuse democratic values across our efforts to build digital democracies. We must recognize not just the risks of new technologies, but also what we used to talk about all the time, which is their tremendous potential to become tools for good. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Power. And now please enjoy a coffee break. We will come back here in 15 minutes. We'll see you then. And welcome back. Obviously, everyone enjoyed the break. At the first Summit for Democracy, the U.S. government announced a series of international grand challenges on democracy-affirming technologies. We will now see a video featuring the winners of one of those grand challenges and all of the progress they've made in the past year.
Technology is quickly altering our democracies, from the nature and distribution of power to the way individual rights and freedoms are exercised or infringed upon, to how governments provide services to and for their people. At the first Summit for Democracy, IE University, in partnership with the United States Department of State, announced Tech for Democracy, a project that aims to identify and foster entrepreneurs building technologies that affirm democratic values at their core and help democracies become more responsive and resilient to the technological change around them. For the last few months, IE University has been hosting startup competitions across the democratic world. This grand challenge has been scouting for the most promising innovations in domains such as leveraging data for policymaking, fighting disinformation, promoting responsible AI, government transparency, civic tech, and GovTech. Microsoft is the strategic supporter of this important initiative. More than 300 startups from 66 different countries have participated in this grand challenge. 5 of them have stood out as offering the greatest potential impact on democratic progress. CityBeats, a startup based in Spain, won the European competition. CityBeats uses artificial intelligence to transform citizens' real-time feedback into data-driven knowledge for policymakers. Their platform processes large quantities of unstructured data and turns it into actionable insights to help better understand the population's concerns in fields such as climate change, financial inclusion, natural disaster response, migration, social policy, and food security. In a world of infodemics, CityBeats helps policymakers make more informed decisions. In the South American competition, the winner was eVoting, a startup based in Chile. Atlas, a nonprofit based in the United States, won the North American competition. Atlas is a platform for visual investigations used by open source conflict researchers at Blinken to collaboratively catalog and verify human rights violations in Ukraine. Eyewitness media is essential to accurate and timely journalism. With Atlas, journalists and human rights researchers can preserve a granular historic record of aggression and repression, adding vivid visual evidence to the public debate. In the Asia-Pacific competition, the winner was Right to Vote, a startup based in India. Finally, in the African Venture Day, the winner was Floodgates Limited. This startup consolidate their business. Tech for Democracy is proof that it is possible to leverage innovation to support and advance democratic values. Governments participating in the Summit for Democracy, working with the private sector and civil society, have the chance to move this agenda forward in the years to come. We hope you will all join us in this endeavor.
And thank you to IE University. Moving on now to our next session. On a daily basis, we read or hear about abuses of technology that violate rights or undermine democracy. Today's second theme will explore ways we can counter these misuses of technology and stem the rising tide of authoritarianism. We will begin with remarks from the United States Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines.
Thank you, Jean, very much for the kind introduction and the opportunity to join this extraordinary event. It is quite something to represent the intelligence community at a Summit for Democracy that is literally happening across the world, co-hosted by the United States alongside Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and the Republic of Zambia. And a special thanks also to Secretary Blinken and his terrific team for putting together such an exceptional forum and program this week. This year, when the U.S. intelligence community issued its assessment of worldwide threats to U.S. national security, we included for the first time a section on trends in digital authoritarianism and malign influence that gets really to the very heart of this session's focus on the misuse of new and emerging technologies. And as you've heard from other speakers today, the global erosion of democracy that began more than a decade ago is ongoing. And the technology's role in this is fundamental, particularly in the contest over information. Digital technologies have had a profound impact. They were instrumental in facilitating civil society and freedom of the press in many places, and yet they sparked a backlash from authoritarian regimes, first to contain the risks posed by freer flows of information, and then to harness these same technologies in pursuit of their own objectives to stifle freedom of expression and to suppress political discourse. And today we see how they are deployed by governments as tools of repression and disinformation both inside and outside of their borders. We even see authoritarian regimes using their information ecosystems to disparage this summit, underscoring the urgency with which they seek to push back against democratic freedoms. And in 2022, global internet freedom declined for the 12th consecutive year. The sharpest downgrades were documented by Russia, Myanmar, Sudan, and Libya. And a record number of national governments, many authoritarian, also blocked websites with nonviolent political, social, or religious content, undermining users' rights to free expression and access to information. And we certainly saw evidence of this in our own efforts to take on Russian disinformation in the lead up to the invasion of Ukraine. We publicly disclosed intelligence on the Russian government's plans and intentions in an effort to warn the world regarding the invasion. We also did so to undermine Moscow's ability to create a pretext for Russia's invasion, which it hoped would legitimize their military action in the eyes of some countries and divide the NATO alliance, making it harder for NATO members and other countries around the world to come together to respond to Russia's illegal and barbaric invasion, as we ultimately were able to do. In part, we were successful. In the United States and Europe, for example, our message was received and the Russian narratives were largely ineffective. We were not effective, however, within Russia, where the vast majority of the population at the start of the war supported Putin's appeal and special military operation and saw NATO and Ukraine as the aggressors. And this isn't to say that technology is the only reason for our lack of success. A big part was played in Putin's direct and indirect influence on sources of information within Russia. But there is no question that new technologies, including cyber intrusion tools and commercial spyware, are making it easier for authoritarian governments to engage in digital repression, both inside and outside of their country's borders. And unless we take action, malicious use of digital information and communication technologies will become more pervasive, automated, targeted, and complex during the next few years, further threatening to distort publicly available information. And of course, authoritarian governments are usually the principal perpetrators of such digital repression. And such regimes learn quickly how to exploit new and more intrusive technologies for repression. Various technologies effectively extend a state's power to stifle dissent inexpensively at scale beyond traditional means, such as censoring print media. And the fact that commercial firms around the world are selling these capabilities simply makes it easier for governments that have an interest in doing so to engage in such repression. In fact, the commercial spyware industry grew rapidly during the past decade. Journalists in the past year have estimated it now to be worth approximately $12 billion. And while some states use such spyware tools in lawful intercept programs for legitimate purposes, such as to target criminals and terrorists, governments also are increasingly using spyware to target political opposition and dissidents. Last year, governments and other actors shut down the internet at least 187 times in 35 countries, a record. Shutdowns were imposed during protests, active conflicts, school exams, elections, periods of political instability, or high-profile events, such as religious holidays or visits by government officials, with the ultimate goal of imposing control and silencing voices. And government leaders use these tools to conduct repression because they fear that open debate of political or social topics could jeopardize their hold on power. Growing number of internet users around the globe only have access to an online space that mirrors the views of their government and its interests. Authorities in 47 of the 70 countries covered by a recent research study limited users' access to information sources located outside of their borders. And officials in at least 53 countries charged, arrested, or imprisoned internet users in retaliation for posts about political or social causes. Their repressive governments were presumably able to track them through digital means. And these examples demonstrate how technology has made it easier for authoritarian governments to control the information environment within their own borders. But as I mentioned initially, we also see how they use such technologies to increasingly engage in transnational repression in an effort to monitor and silence dissidents abroad. In particular, diaspora populations in a number of democracies are facing a broad range of threats as autocratic regimes turn to digital tools to suppress dissent. Here again, commercially available technology is exacerbating the problem. Commercial spyware allows authoritarian regimes to remotely target the devices of dissidents, oppositions, journalists, and their associates and families to collect data, location information, and audio. Some spyware allows devices to be infected remotely and without requiring the victim to be lured into clicking a link or opening a malicious file. And our information suggests almost all of the at least 30 regimes with documented transnational repression efforts have used cyber tools against perceived expatriate opponents and host country backers in the US, Australia, Canada, and Europe during the past decade. And moreover, these efforts have grown more brazen over time. As an example, last year, Iran conducted a range of disruptive cyber operations against Albania in retaliation for allowing an Albania-based Iranian dissident group to express themselves freely. An astonishingly bold and novel attempt by a state actor to use cyber attacks to compel another state to suppress dissidents who were living there in exile. And finally, and perhaps most relevant to us, are the efforts by many autocrats to try to influence and interfere in democratic societies, creating social and political upheaval, shifting policies, and even swaying voters' perspectives and preferences. We are deeply concerned that as the barriers to entry worldwide lower and become increasingly accessible to conduct a range of malign influence operations, more states will look to undertake these operations. And part of why this is so challenging is because democracies are asymmetrically vulnerable to the threat posed by authoritarian regimes in the information space. In short, such regimes exploit the openness of democratic societies. What we know is a strength they perceive as a weakness. And given that our public dialogue is intended to have an impact on our government's decision-making, it is clear that if a malicious actor is able to affect our domestic discourse, they can not only shape public opinion, but also have an impact on who we elect and what decisions we make. While an open information environment confers critical strategic advantages on free societies over the long run, it is hard to argue that such environments do not create vulnerabilities in the short term. Regimes interested in targeting our societies do so in a number of ways, employing a diverse set of online technologies and content to convey propaganda and disinformation. And the advancement of data analytic tools in particular, backed by rapidly improving artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies, and the extraordinary availability of data from commercial, government, and other publicly available sources and democracies are making it too easy for actors at all levels to exploit such information for their own ends, including as part of their efforts to engage in malign influence operations, particularly criminal, covert, or coercive effects targeting open societies. And furthermore, adversaries have grown savvier at information laundering, deploying a web of proxy actors and online personas who introduce and amplify variations of the same narratives in an effort to shape our discourse, while producing and providing the adversary an element of plausible deniability. Unwitting persons and third-party individuals may subsequently propagate these narratives by forwarding, sharing, liking, or discussing unsubstantiated or misleading narratives, compounding their overall reach into open information environments within and among democracies. And we see how Russia and other authoritarian regimes seek to weaken states by pushing divisive narratives, to exacerbate pre-existing tensions in societies, to decrease trust in public institutions, democratic processes, and to question traditional sources of media. We also have taken note of Beijing's growing efforts to actively exploit perceived US societal divisions using its online personas, which moves it closer to Moscow's playbook for influence operations. In sum, the promise of connected technologies comes with peril, and if we fail to establish safeguards or prevent authoritarian regimes and other malicious actors from the misuse of such tools. The litany of challenges I've identified, coupled with efforts by authoritarian regimes to normalize a perspective that no country should critique the internal affairs of another, highlight the task in front of us. And these technologies continue to hold the promise of allowing freer flows of information, improved communication, the connections we will require to better understand and deal with a myriad of global challenges. We must work to realize this potential. And within liberal democracies, governments, civil society, and business will need to work together and with urgency to achieve widely held norms and maintain and improve positive technical standards for digital technologies so that we can ensure the free flow of digital information and the protection of human rights into the future. Our President's new executive order on commercial spyware seeks to address many of these concerns, as do legal frameworks established to protect our data, many of the things that you've heard from Secretary today and from Administrator Power. And there is still a need to do more work, and unless we address this problem together, we will not be successful. So thank you again for listening to me, for the opportunity to contribute today, and it's now my honor to welcome Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to the stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Director Haynes. It is an honor to be with all of you today. Our Director of National Intelligence, Audrey Haynes, described it so clearly. Our governments, organizations, and citizens face an increasingly complex and dynamic threat environment. Technologies have created new opportunities for millions of people around the world to exercise their human rights. At the same time, digital technologies are increasingly exploited by governments to steal data, spread propaganda, censor content, launch targeted cyber attacks, and surveil, harass, and intimidate people within their countries and beyond their borders. Authoritarian regimes are growing more emboldened and empowered through the misuse of increasingly sophisticated and ubiquitous digital tools, such as commercial spyware and surveillance technology. The rise of digital authoritarianism, enabled by these tools, threatens the democratic values that lie at the heart of our way of life. It presents a grave threat to the security of our nations. Our shared challenges and common adversaries have created a heightened threat environment that requires more of us to work together than ever before. Democracies must respond together. President Biden outlined a vision at the first Summit for Democracy, and the world is indeed making progress. This is a decisive decade. Democracies are coming together to reinforce that human rights are the bedrock of our national and international security and must be the North Star guiding the design, regulation, and use of technologies. We must ensure that democracies reject harmful uses of technology and stand together as a model for how to harness technology responsibly and ethically. To that end, in the United States, we are active on a number of fronts to ensure technology advances and does not infringe upon democracy and human rights. We are changing our policies, deepening our collaboration with democratic partners to accelerate our efforts, and creating new initiatives to protect vulnerable communities here and abroad. It is essential that we set an example that catalyzes others to do the same. On Monday, President Biden signed a first-of-its-kind executive order that prohibits the U.S. government's operational use of commercial spyware when it poses significant counterintelligence or security risk to the United States, or significant risks of improper use by a foreign government or foreign persons. This executive order establishes critical guardrails to govern the use of spyware technologies that governments have used to spy on journalists, human rights defenders, and activists. I am proud to note that today the United States issued a joint statement with Australia, Canada, Denmark, France, New Zealand, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom that recognizes the threat of commercial spyware and marks the beginning of a shared commitment to better regulate its proliferation. We are heartened to have so many international partners join us in adopting a more aggressive stance towards stopping the spread, development, and misuse of tools like commercial spyware and surveillance technology. Here in the United States, the Department of Homeland Security plays a central role in the efforts to protect our cybersecurity. Through our Cyber Defense Agency, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, as it is commonly known, we help governments, businesses, critical infrastructure, and individuals prevent, prepare for, respond to, and mitigate the impacts of cyber attacks from a range of nation states and transnational criminal organizations. We help communities harden their defenses through initiatives like Shields Up, launched before Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, that galvanized tens of thousands of organizations to increase their cyber resilience. We must ensure groups that face an increased risk of being targeted by malign cyber actors have greater access to the tools and information they need to harden their defenses and continue their essential work. Civil society organizations are on the front lines of the fight for human rights and advancing democracy, and they are increasingly targeted by sophisticated cyber actors and authoritarian regimes. These groups are also among the most exposed and least resourced to respond to and protect against cyber attacks. In 2021, an email marketing account used by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, was hacked by a nation-state-backed group, resulting in 3,000 accounts at 150 different civil society organizations receiving USAID emails containing malware. Thousands of journalists, human rights activists, and dissidents from around the world have been hacked by foreign governments and cyber actors using spyware, much of it developed in and exported from democracies. We know we must do more to protect vulnerable groups, and through CISA's newly established high-risk community protection initiative, we will extend our ongoing cybersecurity work to communities at heightened risk of targeting by sophisticated cyber threat actors. In particular, civil society organizations frequently have lower capacity to provide for their cyber defense. Through this initiative, CISA will identify where government support has been low and will work to fill in the gaps. This will fill a critical gap within the United States and complement the State Department's existing support to civil society organizations beyond our borders. We are advancing this work through the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, or JCDC, which uses a model of partnership that focuses on proactively addressing cyber threats and risks through operational collaboration with partners across sectors. One of the JCDC's planning priorities this year is high-risk community protection. We are partnering with civil society organizations and technology companies to understand where support is needed most and engage the technology community and our interagency colleagues to develop and implement a joint cyber defense plan that helps strengthen the cyber defense of high-risk communities. Our efforts to help civil society organizations protect themselves must extend beyond our borders. With our international partners, we will help create a stronger protection baseline and provide better resources for the civil society organizations wherever they might operate. To further advance our shared efforts, the United States and the United Kingdom will co-host a strategic dialogue among national cybersecurity centers dedicated to the cybersecurity of civil society organizations. We are pleased to be joined by Australia, Canada, Denmark, Estonia, France, Japan, New Zealand, and Norway. The technology our nations develop, use, and export contribute to our shared prosperity. But we must ensure that the technology we export and that which we import do not introduce risks of unlawful or arbitrary surveillance of our citizens or of people around the world. As Secretary Blinken has highlighted, We have created and agreed to a roadmap for how governments can maintain their commitment to democratic principles and protect human rights in the responsible use of surveillance technology. The guiding principles on government use of surveillance technologies, negotiated by the United States and 35 fellow member nations of the Freedom Online Coalition and endorsed by 8 other Summit for Democracy participant states, outlines how we will protect human rights through responsible use policies like the executive order President Biden announced this week. We are delighted that more than 20 of our international partners have helped develop a code of conduct for export controls and human rights. Through this code of conduct, we are committing to integrating human rights into our export control regime to ensure our regulatory and enforcement frameworks to prevent technologies from being exported to those who could use them to violate others' human rights. Democratic nations around the world are making critical choices to meet the moment in this decisive decade. We know we are strongest when we stand together, and meeting this challenge requires more collaboration than ever before. Our defense demands a unified response from governments, international partners, the private sector, and our civil society organizations. It is through our work together, work we incubated at the first Summit for Democracy and have continued in earnest since, that we make the greatest difference in ensuring the protection of democracy and the rights of people around the world. There is no more noble work than this. Thank you very much. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Director Haynes, and also Secretary Mayorkas. And now let me introduce the other speakers who will join him on stage. Avril Haines, United States Director of National Intelligence, joins us again. John Scott Railton, Senior Researcher at the Citizen Lab at the University of Toronto. Neil Mohan, Head of YouTube, and Marietje Schaake of Stanford University, a former Dutch member of the European Parliament and an early thought leader on technology and human rights. She will be the moderator for this discussion. Marietje.
Thank you so much, Jean, and thank you, Director Haynes, Secretary Mayorkas, for laying out the key topics that we're here to discuss, the many threats that technology can pose when it's used as a tool for repression and authoritarianism, but also the significance of leadership by democratic governments, in particular the executive order to stop the use of commercial spyware, which, if we were to make a spectrum of harmful technologies, I think could easily take the top position, where intelligence-grade capabilities are for sale for anyone who wants to buy it. We learned about the harms to human rights defenders in the context of the Arab uprisings. And since then, as you mentioned, the market has grown. It's worth billions of dollars now. And the repression doesn't only happen in non-democratic countries. Unfortunately, we also see governments of democracies using these tools to go after judges, journalists, opposition figures. And so to have a line in the sand, a limit to the use of this technology is extremely important because it proliferates not only to various governments who can now buy this top-notch capability, but also to non-state actors, which hasn't been mentioned much before, but I think it's also crucial. If you think about terrorist groups or mafia organizations that can get their hands on these very aggressive and invasive technologies. So I'm very happy that we can continue to dive into the ins and outs of the harms and the opportunities to improve things in the interest of delivering on the promise of democracy. And I would like to turn to John Scott Railton first. He's with the Citizen Lab, a leading organization in researching the methods and the ways in which commercial spyware has been used. He's here to stand in for Ron Diebert, who unfortunately couldn't make it at the last minute, but your team's work has been really vital. So maybe you can share some observations not only on why this moment matters, but also on the lessons learned over the past decades that brought us here. Why has it taken a while to get to this concrete action, and what are your hopes for implementation?
Well, Marika, thank you so much for that introduction, and thanks to everyone for having me. And I am a stand-in for Director Ron Deibert, who has written a really interesting article not long ago in Foreign Policy on the topic of the sort of exploding proliferation of mercenary spyware and commercial surveillance. So I highly recommend you read it. That said, sitting in the green room just before coming in here, listening to the talk given by D&I, I was reflecting on how many of the things that you evoked are things that civil society has been saying for a decade and feeling mostly in the wilderness about it. For a decade, civil society groups and researchers have been finding evidence of the abuse of commercial spyware, mercenary spyware technology against civil society. And we have been sounding the alarm until we're hoarse. And unfortunately, for many of those years, I think people saw this issue as a human rights problem, something bad, something regrettable. Most governments didn't want to talk about it. The reason? National security. Sort of like the arms market before it, this was something not to be talked about. But things began to change. They changed not just because of the mountain of abuses that researchers like us, Amnesty International, Access Now, and many other groups around the world have found. They changed because of the pace of proliferation, which was so fast and dramatic that it began harming US companies, big platforms, and their interests. And they moved from a posture of technical mitigation to a posture of legal engagement to try to block the growth of the proliferation of mercenary spyware. But it didn't stop there. Somehow, not long ago in 2021, the US government entered the chat. And that really was the third leg of the stool of the problem after civil society and tech. And the first thing that the US government did was put NSO Group and 3 other commercial spyware vendors on the entity list. Now, at the time, I remember thinking, the entity list, this doesn't feel like a very meaty sanction. What does this really mean? What's interesting, though, is that it had an outsized impact on the industry, because suddenly companies that have been engaged in this really reckless proliferation were beginning to wonder if the music was going to stop. And then more recently, in fact, this week, we've seen a remarkable set of actions by the US government, and then today, a series of actions by a joint group of governments around the world. Great. I think what's remarkable is that it took us so long to get here. It took us so long for civil society sounding the alarm, but at the end of the day, it really required the recognition that the problem of mercenary surveillance was one that cut across considerations of our communities and of your communities, tech and government. So all good, right? Well, sort of. We're in a period where the interests of these different groups have aligned, and it's remarkable, and we're seeing change. But there are still major gaps. For example, the executive order, a remarkable document in many ways that I think is going to pump the brakes on proliferation, has gaps in how it talks about how the US government would use spyware and mercenary surveillance tools, and around transparency in how technology is imported and how technology is exported. To me, that's a key gap, and it reminds me of why civil society is so important, which is we say the uncomfortable things, not only about the abuses, but about what we need in order to move further. And often what we need is more transparency and clarity. I'm just going to flag this, which is today there was this joint statement, and the thing that most heartened me about it was actually some of the first bullet point, which pointed out that a group of governments are going to commit to being more accountable in how they use commercial and mercenary spyware. Great. I hope that that counts for the United States too. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Civil society's role is crucial. Yes, you can clap. I know a lot of people who've been working on this topic for so long are in the audience. So this is indeed a great success of civil society, pushing relentlessly and shining light in dark places. Another important actor is, and you represent the industry, is the industry. Tech platforms are often the place where intrusions, but also other harms happen. You're the new incoming head of YouTube. Congratulations. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the industry response and why you wanted to join that.
Yeah, first of all, it's an honor to be here, so thank you for having me. And I'll build on some of the conversation and just start off by saying that some of it goes back to first principles. You know, I'm speaking here on behalf of YouTube, Google, but we are a proud US company that's built on principles of freedom of speech. That's a core tenet of YouTube and Google, human rights, and also integrity of the democratic process writ large in a broad sense. And those are core principles across YouTube, across Google, and everything really starts with that because that's an organizing principle in terms of where we put our resources, how we make trade-offs. Lots of decisions are trade-offs between two difficult choices, and it's important to have those principles. We have been investing to do our job in this realm for many, many years. I'll talk about this week to your question in a second, but it's built on a foundation of years of work. Everything from the Trustworthy Advisory Group, TAG, which I think many people are familiar with, which is a center of excellence within Google, designed to combat these coordinated deceptive practice actions by state actors, but also now increasingly cyber mercenaries, cybersecurity for hire, spyware for hire firms. That led to efforts like Project Zero within Google, which I think people are familiar with, an effort to really identify and thwart these zero-day type threats. It's where a lot of the discovery around NSO and Pegasus came from. So there's been a long history, track record, and concerted effort around what is a problem that we need to continue to work on, and that's foundational. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is what Director Haynes was talking about, which is the information warfare side, influence operations, et cetera. And that's where a lot of the framework that we have at YouTube around a policy architecture, not allowing things like deep fakes, coordinated deceptive practices, our good neighbor policy that immediately removes videos and channels. We remove on the order of thousands of channels in partnership with TAG when we identify these threats that come from state actors. We're public about that on a regular basis. So that's one policy framework that we have. But it can't just be about policy, it's also got to be about enforcement. So our investment in machine learning technologies, AI, that actually allow us to do this at scale, and actually training people around the world to be able to do this. And this is the reason why a lot of the actions that you saw happen on our platform with relation to the war in Ukraine happened so quickly, whether it was around thwarting misinformation campaigns, geo-blocking channels on YouTube that might have been spreading that type of misinformation, making sure that citizens on the ground in Ukraine actually had access to high quality information, how to protect their families, how to seek refugee status, et cetera. And so that's a big part of our efforts as well. And so that's all foundational leading up to the announcement this week. We've been really proud to shape the principles and sign on to the principles, the industry principles, to combat cyber mercenaries. That is an important milestone. It really complements the executive order from the president, but it's, again, a milestone, and it's part of work that needs to continue. This battle happens in the shadows. We need to remain vigilant, and so I'm really appreciative of the partnership across civil society, our government partners, and across the tech industry to make sure that we try to remain ahead of this.
Thank you very much.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Of course you are.
Terrific. And thank you all. So John, I want to go back to what you articulated at the outset. You spoke of how long it took for governments to act.
Yeah.
Be that as it may, I mean, our high-risk community protection initiative now, I think, meets the moment, and we are quite vigilant right now. You mentioned as sort of a catalyzing event our placement of the organization on the entity list and the sanctions. Given your organization's sort of global reach as well as perspective, how did you see other countries respond to that?
Well, thank you for that question. I had a whole theory of change around mercenary spyware, and it looked like this. Well, it's probably going to be Europe first because of their fine commitments to privacy as enshrined in the GDPR. And maybe it's going to come to the US through the vector of human rights issues. None of that was true. I was totally wrong. In the end, it came from Commerce and then eventually from the NSC executive order. What was so interesting about that entity listing is that, from my perspective, it was the first real signal delivered by a government that had credibility that there was a problem. And it was a signal of US governmental displeasure. And it was tremendously useful for us as researchers, and I know for journalists, to be able to say, look, this problem doesn't sit in the box just of dissidents. It doesn't sit in the human rights defender box. It doesn't sit in the freedom of expression box. It is in that box, but it's not limited to that. This was very powerful. But I have another question, which is, great, one designation, 4 entities. Since that time, we have seen more information about more spyware companies being very bad. One hope would be that there were more designations in the future. And I note statements made by members of Congress, including the ranking member of House Intelligence, asking questions about sanctions. These are good questions. Another great question is about the entity list and whether that remains an effective tool, not only for creating direct consequences, but also good signaling.
So I would say, look, I mean, the entity list is a critical threshold move, and then it all comes down to how we enforce it, right? With the dissemination of information and, quite frankly, the enforcement regimes that we could bring to bear. It's not just the imposition of sanctions, but it's also law enforcement actions as well. We have a whole suite of tools, but the placement on the list is a very important step, of course, but it's all in how we enforce it and how we enforce efforts to circumvent it.
Well, maybe I can build on that question and just open it to anyone on the panel who wants to respond, which is, what do we anticipate the effects will be of this new executive order? So obviously the government is not going to use commercial spyware anymore, but what ripple effects are you hoping to achieve? There are diplomatic efforts to bring in other governments. There's efforts by the private sector, but this has been a market that has, probably been steadily, if not exponentially, growing. Will the market be restricted? Do you expect ripple effects there? Any thoughts on the scenarios?
So I would say the following. I mean, in this space, we cannot act alone to achieve the desired outcomes, right? This requires a community of response. I think John put it very aptly with respect to civil societies being victimized by this, calling out for assistance. Well, now we are moving, and we are not moving unilaterally. We are moving with critical partners. I don't know if necessarily the market contracts, and it's not necessarily about contraction. It's about guardrails of use. I think that, to me, is what is critical, and developing guidelines. One thing that's very important is the issue of trust, the trust in what we do. And to John's point again, we only build that trust if we ourselves are open and transparent with respect to our uses of it and also our control of it.
Right.
But I would turn to others, and Neil, you know the market far better than do I, whether you anticipate a contraction or whether a more controlled environment, if you will.
Yeah, I'd say 2 things to build on what the Secretary said. The first is things like the entity list help. We use, obviously, that serves as guidelines for us in terms of how we approach things. At TAG, we're monitoring 30 entities right now, and that number might continue to grow, it might shrink, but that's kind of the order of magnitude of what we're looking at in this space. And what I would say, the other aspect from a market dynamic standpoint that's very important is the friction that technology companies can put into this as well. And so a lot of our investment is not just about detection and monitoring and research. We try to be as transparent as possible about about these things. We released a report, I think, a little while ago that said phishing attacks on Ukrainian citizens were up 250%, on NATO citizens up 300%. And so just making people aware of what's happening is certainly one aspect of sort of part of the market dynamics. But the other is all the protection. So Project Shield, as an example, right, which is back to the people that are susceptible to these types of attacks, whether they're news websites, human rights organizations. So is there technology that we can bring to bear that protects those entities? Or our advanced protection program, which is geared towards individuals that are vulnerable, all the individuals that you all called out in your remarks that are the target of these types of attacks. What are the things that we can do in terms of our products and capabilities to just heighten the protection that they have? And so I don't want to describe it as sort of an arms race in that sense, but it's an important component to the market dynamics and and one of our big contributions is going to be not just in terms of detection and thwarting, but also building sort of these permanent defenses that can come into play to protect both entities and individuals. So I think that's an important component here.
Yeah, John, you want to add something?
Yeah, well, and I want to build on something you've said. One of the sources of information for the last decade about very naughty bad things done by the mercenary surveillance industry has been civil society and investigative journalism. Pegasus Project would be a great example. But another really critical input for this whole conversation is the naming, shaming, and attributing that has come from TAG around the mercenary surveillance industry and the exploit industry, from Microsoft, Apple, and others. I see this as a critical part of the information ecosystem, in part because your barriers are different than those that a government might face around calling entities out. So we really welcome it when TAG does its reports. And I would just say, there was a great TAG report earlier this week talking about vendors of exploits and vulnerabilities. And this is critically important, and we hope that you keep doing it.
Yeah, we intend to. I think it's an important part. It helps our business, but more importantly, it really helps move this conversation forward. So it's a key component to TAG. It's something that we're very proud of, and we put information out there really oftentimes as soon as we have it.
Well, I think the examples that you give underline how basically no one can escape the sort of impact of this industry, right? Where first it looked like human rights defenders were the only ones, quote unquote, to be targeted. But then it became a bigger group of targets, but also US citizens. I think it's important to mention as well that US citizens working elsewhere, whether it be for international organizations or as diplomats serving your government everywhere in the world, are easy targets through this technology. And so perhaps one effect could also be the relocation of some of these industries, or the starker difference between governments that allow and governments that don't allow the use. And so that will lead to new questions of how to better implement and, I guess, work with partners. We're almost running out of time, but I wanted to return to Director Haynes before we close to share some additional thoughts on the sort of scope of threats that you have in view. We've zoomed in very much on commercial spyware industry because I think it is one of those critical risks that need to be targeted, but there are many, many others. So perhaps you can set the agenda for us to take home after we close this panel. And I'm sorry for the audience that we cannot get to your questions because we've been reduced in time, but I hope there will be other ways to interact.
Okay, I'll try to do so very quickly because I suspect John and others may want to add to this, but I sort of laid out the sort of three areas that we look at, right? What technologies are being used by authoritarian regimes within their borders to essentially censor and manipulate information that go to their own citizens. And, as we've identified, commercial spyware is a piece of that, as it is across all the other categories that I'm going to mention. But there are other things too, such as the, shutdowns of the internet, sort of homemade technical platforms that allow them to ultimately curate what information is able to get to citizens. There are a lot of other sort of ways in which technology is being used, and I think that's going to be a critical aspect of, work as we move forward, is really trying to understand that and hopefully set up standards and things that we can monitor and use to create the kind of transparency that I think we're looking to use to basically highlight these problems and then take action against them. When it comes to exporting, transnational repression essentially towards dissidents, again, commercial spyware is another piece of it, but so is, other forms of the internet shutdown that I mentioned with respect to Albania, trying to use technology to ultimately pressure other states or actors to suppress for those governments. And then finally, in the context of disinformation and so on, as Neil was talking about, I think, we see automated disinformation as a really challenging thing to manage, not to mention the kind of, fake prospects for technology in a variety of different ways. And it is, all of these things, I think, are critical for us to figure out how can we identify these challenges, how can we monitor them, how can we actually prevent them, and how can we create, in a sense, a technological landscape that is more resilient against them. And that is something that I think we're trying to understand better, obviously with the kind of expertise that sits around this table. So.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Any responses to add?
I would just build very quickly on what Director Haynes said. I think that third bucket in particular is really interesting and where a lot of innovation has happened and where we need to remain vigilant. Just again, going back to the war in Ukraine, a lot of the misinformation narratives were novel and brand new. So they literally didn't exist one week and then they were kind of rampant the following week. And so what's required there is not just an awareness from an intel standpoint, which that's where that intel desk that I was mentioning comes into play, but you need to have the technical wherewithal then to train machine learning classifiers and all the AI investment to be able to really understand ground truth that literally didn't exist a few days before, learn it, and then basically deploy it across all of these information networks, YouTube being one, but really across the entire internet. And so I think that that's a really important sort of frontier that we need to remain vigilant on as well.
Yeah.
John?
So I have to say this, as somebody who comes out of the civil society space, I am reflexively mistrustful when suddenly the alignment between government and tech.
It's been a pleasure participating today. I think it's time for
and I reserve the right to remain mistrustful. But I think you mentioned the issue of trust. And I'd like to use that to frame something, which is, if this is for real, if we're really concerned not just about mercenary spyware and proliferation and its impact on US national security and citizens abroad and at home, but we actually care about the complete breakfast of surveillance technologies and their impact on freedom of expression, fear, and freedom from fear, free elections around the world, it is absolutely critical that the United States put its money where its mouth is. And that means a couple of really critical things, including really leaning into transparency and honesty about what the US does with its surveillance powers, including at home, including on domestic topics. And I am over the moon at all of the cool things that have happened this week. It's great to see, but I reserve my right to be mistrustful, and I will believe some of that when I see it.
John,
Can I respond to that? Just because I think you're absolutely right. This is, to my mind, one of the ironies of being here, right, is the fact that in many authoritarian governments, right, like the people who live there look at their intelligence services as part of the problem and obviously a critical tool that is used by their government against them. And
no one thinks that in the United States, of course.
Understood. But the point is that for me, and obviously leading the intelligence community, I believe this, but I believe the intelligence community is in fact what helps to secure our democracy, right? And the point is that that's only true if we are subject to democratically passed laws, that we are basically, have robust oversight, that we have the values and the ethics that we're expected to operate under, and that we're implementing that appropriately. And of course, we are not as transparent as other parts of the government by the nature of our work, but the reality is we have to find ways to ensure that we can build the trust of our population. And to your point, and I think that's sort of the place where we have to do more, and We are doing quite a bit in terms of trying to disclose, here are the frameworks within which we operate and don't operate, and basically what we can and what we can't do, to your point, right? And to be honest about that and to reflect that. And I think that's crucial to our legitimacy and our sustainability, right? Which is to say that when things, get disclosed or happen or things like that, people have to be able to look back at our framework and say, okay, that was within that framework or that wasn't. And if it wasn't, then you should be held accountable for having violated it, right? And that's part of the process. So I think that's crucial to our future in these spaces. And I just want you to know that I believe that that is the right way to think about these things. But I will tell you that it is a national security issue from my perspective.
Yeah.
Human rights are a national security issue in many
I agree.
respects, right? So it's, when I look at what's been happening in Ukraine, to Neil's point, so much of what they did in the occupied territories, for example, information, suddenly all of the infrastructure is now going through Russian infrastructure, the internet and other things, so that they can manage it, so that they can manipulate it. That is part of what we're supposed to be looking at and helping the people basically understand, and policymakers and others, like wonderful secretary that is sitting next to me, to actually take action on.
Yeah.
By the way, when Avril mentions national security, I've spoken about the fact that national security is converged with Homeland Security in this world. And I think, John, it's your obligation to be mistrusting, because mistrusting then, drives you to hold our feet to the fire and live up to the ideals that we espouse. And so I would worry a tremendous amount if those in civil society were not mistrusting of the government and holding us accountable.
Well, I think the idea of leading by example and keeping the checks and balances in place should be a process that's never finished. I mean, I don't think there will ever be a conference where we could put a point at the end of the sentence to say we're now done with democracy. In fact, while it's under so much pressure, it's important to look at how it can become more resilient, either at home or abroad, and so on. I have to say, I'm a little bit confused about time. I see all these clocks ticking. I understood we were out of time. So maybe somebody can tell me, because if we're not out of time, then we will go to the audience. But it's not entirely clear to me. I apologize. Do we indeed still have 13 and a half minutes for the audience?
You're saying you're out of time.
Okay, I thought so too. Okay, I
We'll trust that
apologize.
person in the audience.
Exactly.
You are not trusted.
I apologize for that, and I'm sorry we had to cut this panel a little bit short, but I hope you found it as insightful as I did. Please join me in thanking the panelists for their frank words today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maricha, and we will now have a brief coffee break. We will reconvene at 3:50. Welcome back. And now we will see a video of our second of the International Grand Challenges on Democracy-Affirming Technologies, which was announced at the first Summit for Democracy.
Data is a vital resource for solving our world's greatest challenges. Advances in computing have unlocked barriers to data analytics and artificial intelligence. We are now living in one of the most rapid periods of scientific discovery and technological progress in human history. Data offers the potential to make life-saving drug discoveries, model climate change solutions, tackle money laundering, improve food production, and deliver better public services.
At present, data usually sits siloed, but by enabling organizations to jointly analyze data, both between multiple parties and across borders, we could uncover insights that could precipitate breakthroughs for our societies. However, this collaboration is often limited because of justifiable concerns about privacy, security, and intellectual property.
Privacy-enhancing technologies, or PETs as they are typically known, encompass a broad set of technologies, including novel cryptographic techniques. With PETs, we can analyze sensitive data sets without exposing the underlying data, including people's identities. Combining PETs with advanced data analytics or machine learning techniques could unlock insights from data without violating individuals' privacy or the security of that data.
These technologies could make a real difference, enabling new forms of data-driven collaboration to train powerful AI models that could help tackle some of the world's most intractable problems.
According to the United Nations estimates, money laundering costs up to $2 trillion each year, undermining economic prosperity and financing organized crime. By working together, banks could get better at identifying this activity. Data can also play a critical role in helping our societies tackle ongoing and future public health emergencies. Combining highly sensitive information about people's location, contacts, and infection status could help us forecast the probability of when and where infections might occur. However, collecting all this personal data in one location would create privacy and security risks and potential legal issues. This means that organizations often end up deciding that they will be unable to collaborate with one another. To tackle this problem, the US and UK governments launched prize challenges to drive technical innovation in privacy-enhancing technologies, with a focus on tackling these two pressing societal challenges. Innovators were tasked with using a technique called federated learning, enabling them to train AI models to analyze data for patterns without sharing any sensitive raw data. To guard against the risks that their models could be attacked to reconstruct the sensitive underlying training data, teams had to develop novel solutions to demonstrate robust privacy guarantees while still being able to accurately detect fraud or forecast pandemic risk.
Combined, the US-UK prize challenges brought in nearly 70 entries from top industry and academic researchers, demonstrating the power and excitement these types of competitions can generate. The winners displayed a remarkable degree of innovation, developing groundbreaking solutions and proving that using data to solve difficult problems and protecting privacy aren't mutually exclusive endeavors.
The winning solutions used novel cryptographic techniques to keep data encrypted during the training of the model updates, as well as ensure that the data can't be recovered from the global model by adding a small amount of random noise. To test the privacy guarantees, in the final phase of the challenges, red teams assumed the roles of a malicious actor to attack these solutions and attempt to reveal the sensitive data. This enabled the best solutions to demonstrate their resilience.
Privacy-enhancing technologies can help organizations analyze data responsibly, lawfully, and securely. And it will be important for regulators and industry to work together to support responsible innovation in these technologies.
The most interesting data in the world is about people, and that makes it the most dangerous data in the world as well. Privacy-enhancing technologies give us a way to navigate this quandary, and that's why we call on democracies to come together and take advantage of the opportunities that they represent.
And congratulations to all of the winners of these grand challenges. Next on our agenda is a fireside chat with a representative from the United States Congress, sharing their views on the topic of the second session, the misuse of technology. We are joined this afternoon by Representative Jim Himes, ranking member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Let me hand off to our moderator for this fireside chat, Olivia Gazis of CBS News. Olivia?
Thank you so much. And thank you, Congressman Himes, for being here today. I do want to leave ample time for a discussion of the technological themes for this session, but this being a summit on democracy and me being a journalist, I want to ask you one News of Day question regarding Russia's detention of an American citizen, a reporter, on allegations of espionage. What's behind this development?
Well, it's hugely disconcerting. We have not seen a U.S. journalist detained in Russia since the old Cold War days. And anytime Russia detains somebody for a political purpose, as certainly part of the detention of Ms. Greiner was, we get concerned. But when it's a journalist, that's particularly ugly. And by the way, it says volumes about how confident they're feeling about how they regard their own relationship with the truth and the truth getting to the world and to their own people. But it's a really disturbing escalation. We don't retaliate in that way, and so it puts us over a barrel. But hopefully, between the civilized communities around the world and the media around the world, people object enough to release this journalist.
Our thoughts are with their families and those of other wrongful detainees. Let me focus us now on a discussion of commercial spyware, which has been obviously a top topic here. I know you have a unique perspective on it and on the recent steps that the administration has taken in the form of an executive order, because your committee, the House Intelligence Committee, and you personally have been interested in it for a time. Can you talk to us a little bit about the practical effects that you see folded into this executive order? What does it do, and where is there room for improvement?
Yeah, so let's start with what it is we're trying to combat. And I know that this has been a topic of conversation. What we're trying to combat is nation-state-like capabilities in the hands of not just authoritarian, anti-democratic regimes, but quite frankly being abused by regimes that might, by democratic regimes, and I say that with humility. My job is oversight, right? And so I will be the last person to tell you that the United States, is incapable of misusing technology in ways that compromise our values. But there have been any number of celebrated cases now that, of course, have redounded to the benefit of authoritarian regimes at the expense of people's civil liberties. Spying on journalists, spying on dissidents, et cetera. And this, like technology does, this technology is now propagating. And what does technology do over time? It becomes cheaper, it becomes smaller, and it becomes more widely available. So the executive order is very timely in the sense that it says we're putting a stake in the ground. And when I say we're putting a stake in the ground, it's not just the United States government, it's the 10 countries that have agreed to abide by the principles embedded in the executive order to just say that if you are a company, and obviously, if you present a counterintelligence risk to us, we're not going to allow your technology to be sold to our agencies and departments. But if your technology is used for nefarious purpose around the world, you will also be banned from our market. The U.S. obviously is a pretty big market for technology. And so the U.S. in combination with 10 countries, and I hope that number grows, is sending a signal that if you're not going to, sell your product and design your product in ethical ways that make it very hard for that product to be abused, you're going to have a very small market to sell to.
Well, so you actually wanted this effort to go further, right? You spent a lot of time last Congress pushing for additional authorizations to include sanctions on rogue entities. What were the roadblocks to that effort succeeding, and do you think that it will meet with success in the current Congress?
Well, there's at least 3 things that we need to do that the executive order by itself doesn't do, maybe 4. Number 1, the executive order pertains to federal agencies, and I tend to focus on federal agencies as a member of the intelligence community because the intelligence community points its eyes and ears outside. It doesn't pertain to state and local law enforcement, so I think we need to grapple with that and think about that. Number 2, there will be regimes who simply don't, I say regimes, I should say countries. There will be countries that simply say, we're not interested in being a part of this. And some of those countries will be democracies because they use that. So we do have a conversation to be had with our fellow democracies about moving to a place where you're assisting in the stabilization of sometimes rickety democracy around the world. And by the way, I'm not pointing at other countries. I was in the chamber of the House of Representatives on January 6th. So I think we have the conversation to be had with countries that won't explicitly sign on to the concepts of the executive order. And then, we've got tools we should contemplate. The Rwanda case, of course, was really elevated in the hearing that we did. I think we have some thinking to do about whether countries that explicitly abuse this sort of technology in ways that damage democratic values, and we happen to be substantial providers of aid to those countries, how do we think about that? Do we want to include this sort of behavior as one of the calculations we use in the provision of aid? So I think, and as you pointed out, the president currently does not have the authority to sanction individuals associated with these companies. And the reason that is true is an uninteresting reason. It's a congressional jurisdictional issue that'll bore everybody to tears. But I do think that that's something that we can accomplish in relatively short order.
Let me turn to something else that emerged recently, which is press reporting that at least 50 U.S. government employees overseas in 10 different countries are known to or suspected to have been targeted by commercial spyware. Indications are right now that that number will grow. What is your sense, as somebody who presumably is briefed on these kinds of things, as to how much it might grow?
It will absolutely grow. It's hard to detect this stuff. That's sort of one of the features of spyware. It's hard to detect, not impossible. And that, by the way, points to a whole other area of endeavor, which is how do we develop the technologies that counter this technology? We can do that. We collectively can do that. But it's very hard to detect. But based on what I know, 50 is a starting point. There will be many other, and we're just talking about American government employees who turn out to have been had their devices or otherwise infected with this stuff.
But is it like a tip of the iceberg where we're expecting sort of exponentially more? And while I'm sort of digging in on this, does it appear that these cases are sort of one-off, individual actors? Is there a campaign of some sort that we suspect? Is there any indication at this stage that a foreign government is involved?
Yeah, it's really hard to answer that question because, we don't have a good system for understanding what the boundaries are of the domains of people who may have been infected. We sort of, because of the nature of the technology, we kind of discover this one device at a time. It's hard. It really is hard. So I can't really answer the question. Who is vulnerable? Again, what's interesting about this technology is not that it exists. Nation states and nation states have different budgets for things like, surveillance and espionage, but nation states have had the capability to do this stuff for a long, I shouldn't say for a long time, because who knows what precisely we're talking about, but the market for this is not likely to be the Chinese or the Russians seeking to get into my phone. They have thousands of officials who are dedicated to doing that. They don't need to buy Pegasus to do that. And so it's more likely to be the market, if you will, what we've seen, smaller countries with insufficient, in my opinion, compliance regimes looking to go after diplomats or journalists or dissidents.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you call it a hard problem. So on this question of identifying misuse, I understand it was congressional action that now is requiring the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to create reports as to where potential misuse is occurring. But as you've said, it's a transnational issue. These things are designed to be undetectable. So how good are we at that right now? How good are we at identifying instances of misuse? How often do false positives happen? When is an infected-looking phone not actually infected? What's your sense of our ability to identify and quantify misuse right now?
Yeah, we don't have the ability today to determine breaches, infections at scale. There's no button you can press or software program you can run to say, give me a list of the 700 U.S. government officials who, and by the way, I'm making that number up, no news there, but who may be on the list of those whose devices were infected. So it's hard. We just don't have the ability to do that. I'm confident we'll develop that ability. Nothing is, this is the good news, bad news. Nothing is unknowable in the technological realm. You just need to know where you need to look for the evidence. Very little is unknowable. And that's something that I would broadcast to the people who believe that they can use this technology and get away with it. Maybe this year you can, but technology moves really, really fast. And the likelihood is that at some point it will emerge what you were doing.
I also want to turn the problem over on its head a little bit and talk from a national security perspective. I mean, are there any disadvantages to a ban such as this one? I mean, you know better than most that spying can be a ruthless business, and you've got to stay ahead of your competitors, many of whom don't share the same values, right? So does this in any way hamstring our intelligence agencies in their core mission of collecting intelligence, or is that sort of a negligible effect?
Sort of at the broad philosophical level, right? No technology is all good or all bad. Almost all technology has its very positive uses and has its very dangerous uses. So I wouldn't look at spyware and say that this is terrible stuff. And by the way, I would be a little bit hypocritical if I said this is terrible stuff, because we, as a United States government, and all other governments, spend a lot of money developing this kind of, I don't mean precisely this kind of technology, but developing the tools for espionage. So the question is not so much what is the nature of the technology. The question is, what are the structures around that technology? In this country, imperfect as we are, we have courts, we have congressional overseers, we have internal entities like the PCLOB, the President's Civil Liberties Oversight Board. We have inspectors general. Does that mean we get it right all the time? No, it does not. But it means we have these very big structures that generally mean we use technology in ways consistent with our Constitution. Lots of countries don't. And so, and again, in some ways, the executive order is about hopefully evolving countries to a more robust oversight. And the U.S. is, I say this as an overseer, my job is to be skeptical, but we do have a very robust oversight regime. The leaders of the intelligence community at our request must show up, must tell us the truth. If they don't tell us the truth, they put themselves at risk of criminal prosecution. And so in the context of the United States, do we always get it right? No, but we at least have those structures that identify when aberrations or misuse occurs.
Well, so one of the, it seems like, remedial steps that was also taken were these new rules issued by the intelligence community, effectively forbidding former employees from being employed by foreign commercial spyware entities. So can you give us a little bit of insight as to why that was necessary? How big a problem was that?
It's a big problem. Generally speaking, we talk about the knowledge economy. More and more value, more and more capability lives not in your ability to solder massive bits of steel together to build an aircraft carrier, but in the innovative capacity that lives inside people's heads, whether it's quantum computing or biosynthesis or encryption. These are things that live inside human beings' head. And so this is sort of a little bit of a not entirely new problem. There were obviously, look back 2 generations, there were scientists who helped develop the atom bomb. And we cared a lot about, what they did and didn't do. But now we're in a world where that's kind of the whole ballgame. And so it is really, really important. And we see abuses of this. It is really, really important that we think about how, when you leave the national security apparatus, do we make sure that you don't get tempted for a whole bunch of money to go sell the innovative capacity or the knowledge that you have to someone who will misuse it. It's hard to do because you're fighting the market in some ways, but it's more essential today than ever before.
Mm-hmm. And anything on sort of the scale of the problem aside from significant?
Well, in some ways, it's everything. In a technological world, training, for example, is really essential, whether it's training on how to use a weapon system or whatever it may be, training is essential. And so if you have people who, trained United States infantrymen and all of a sudden they retire and they're, training infantrymen of countries that are doing bad things, you've got a problem. So it's not just limited to technology. It's limited to the fact that training capability, innovative capacity, and it's kind of the ball game, and it's a new thing that we need to think about, but we need to think about. By the way, it's not unprecedented, right? If you've been an officer in the United States military, when you retire, you are still subject to a variety of constraints. You're subject in some cases to being called back. So it's not an unprecedented problem, but it's one we need to focus harder on.
Mm-hmm. Let me, in the time we have remaining, pan out a little bit. I mean, you've talked about the joint statement with, I think it's 10 like-minded countries that was out today, which I understand to be an encouraging first step, room for more to sign on. What tools do we have at our disposal that are most effective for countries whose behavior we are looking to influence, but who don't really tend to follow or be swayed by a U.S. example?
So our adversaries, where we're not going to necessarily have diplomatic success. That's what you mean, our adversaries?
Or challengers, those.
Yeah, it's both a very narrow problem and a very broad problem, to take it to what we were just talking about backstage. It's a narrow problem in the sense that those of us in sensitive national security positions are subject to more intense technological assault, if you will, than we have ever been. As the military says, our attack surfaces are much larger, right? We're surrounded by all sorts of chips and devices and Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. And so that's the narrow problem that we've always dealt with. How do we protect our secrets? How do we protect people in sensitive positions? But it's a much broader issue. We were talking a little bit about TikTok, which is all the rage on Capitol Hill right now. TikTok, I've got 2 daughters. It's a really, really fun thing. It is also, if you think about it. I hope not. I've had a couple of conversations with them, but again, they have minds of their own. I don't have it on my phone.
Neither do I.
And there is the problem of, and you heard this on Capitol Hill a lot, could the Chinese government, under their law, they can, could the Chinese government say, hey, give us all the personal information you got? Yeah, they can, under their law, do that. Even more interestingly now, they theoretically have a distribution channel for information, for persuasion, if you will, to, what's the number, 130 million Americans. So that's a big furry problem, right? Because it's a media platform. We have traditionally been very careful about impinging or regulating or moderating media platforms, but there's some real vulnerability there.
I understand you're not at this stage in favor of a ban. And also, as we were talking about, I mean, there's, of course, the data and privacy issue, and there's also the potential to unspool a narrative, something that we had hoped to gain a resiliency toward in the aftermath of 2016. So to your point about it being a slippery slope, I mean, what hesitation do you have on setting a precedent with a ban?
Again, if you're going to ban American citizens' access to, information or to media, you're going to think really hard about that. And you're going to start with the question of what's the limiting principle. I'm sure I wouldn't be thrilled by what I might read in a Belarusian newspaper. So you're going to cut that off? Are we going to cut off Belarusian newspapers available online because they'll put cookies on my phone? So I would start with the question of what's the limiting principle, and that has not been answered yet. Yeah.
One, and again, the sort of last minute that we have left, one sort of bigger picture question, and I guess specifically to China, since we've arrived on that topic. I mean, in this newly strained, tensions were always there, but have intensified in recent weeks and months. How much does that complicate these efforts to create common ground or new guardrails for things like spyware, like synthetic biology, like AI, which I understand is going to be an area of focus in the next panel?
You're referring to the sort of antagonism that is accelerating between the U.S. and China.
Yeah.
I'm very worried about that. And in no way let me say that that's a validation of Chinese behavior with respect to their minorities, with respect to their stealing of IP, with respect to their newly aggressive stance to Hong Kong. And this is not in any way supportive of their behavior. But what's happening right now is too many of my colleagues are beginning to use the Cold War analogy around a country that does $700 billion of trade with the United States a year, around a country that owns $1 trillion of United States sovereign debt, around a country that probably produced most of what we're looking at here. And so I had the great good fortune of knowing Madeleine Albright before she passed, and she said if there was ever a problem that requires statesmanship, defined as being very clear about what you oppose, and very, very clear about where you have areas for common interest, and by the way, understanding, not accepting of, but understanding of where the other guy is coming from, China is that. And that is not where we are today, certainly not on Capitol Hill, but we better get there because the stakes could not be higher economically, across anything that we care about. We just, it's a deep breath moment to start thinking with a little bit more nuance about what the relationship needs, what the right end game is for a relationship with China.
Congressman, I think we have run out the clock. Thank you very much for this conversation and for your insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia and Congressman Himes. One of the core challenges in advancing technology for democracy is that technology is constantly and rapidly evolving. To expand on the themes we're discussing today, we'll now see pre-recorded remarks from Taiwan's Minister of Digital Affairs, Audrey Tang.
Good local time, everyone. I'm Audrey Tang, Taiwan's Digital Minister. It is a genuine honor to participate in the second Summit for Democracy. I will share Taiwan's experiences in tackling common challenges facing our free and open societies and how emerging technologies strengthen human rights and democratic principles. Since the inaugural Summit for Democracy in December 2021, the world has fundamentally changed. Russia's illegal and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine has sent shockwaves throughout the international community. As democracies adapt to this reality, Taiwan shines brightly as a trustworthy and most reliable partner in promoting digital resilience. During the darkest days of COVID-19, our industries rose to the challenge, becoming a potent producer of essential medical supplies. Our civic technology supported the emergence of the Taiwan Can Help model in the global counter-pandemic coalition. And based on this rock-solid foundation of collaboration, I signed the Declaration for the Future of the Internet in 2022, along with 60 partner countries. The declaration cemented our shared values and deepened our commitment to democratic allies, paving the way to free the future in the digital realm together. At the heart of this vision is the Ministry of Digital Affairs, or MODA, and its objective of digital resilience for all. This comprises 3 levels: emergency, industrial, and societal resilience. Emergency resilience empowers us to effectively respond to various crises, including cyber attacks and natural disasters. Recent incidents, such as those during former U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's historic visit to Taiwan, unsuccessfully attempted to undermine public trust in our democratic system. So to counter emerging threats, including AI-powered interactive deepfakes, we are consolidating public and private cybersecurity capabilities, implementing zero-trust principles, and conducting exercises to ensure the seamless operation of critical infrastructure during emergencies. And starting this year, we're integrating new satellite providers, enabling multiple networks to reinforce one another across land, sea, and air in times of crisis. The MODA website uses IPFS, an emerging technology for censorship resistance, so everyone can donate connectivity to back us up, while also supporting journalists in autocracies so their reportage remain tamper-free. Industrial resilience is our commitment to facilitating digital transformation across all sectors while fostering a robust ecosystem. Taiwan possesses a highly advanced IT industry with a world-class semiconductor supply chain and a wealth of experience neutralizing cyber threats. With global standards such as SEMA E187, We elevate the Made in Taiwan brand to represent a guarantee of integrity and a solid shield to our democratic partners. Societal resilience focuses on empowering our civil society by connecting to the democracy network. The MODA initiated the Digital News Co-Prosperity Dialogues with global platforms and brought together the Ministry of Culture, National Communications Commission, and Fair Trade Commission to explore ways of fostering mutually beneficial cooperation with Taiwan's print, broadcast, and digital journalists. We believe that accurate news reporting is the bedrock of democracy, and digital competence requires a well-informed and discerning citizenry. In the face of authoritarian expansionism, democracies must confront formidable challenges, undermining the delicate equilibrium between societal well-being and individual freedoms. Our efforts must go beyond devising protective measures. We're envisioning a trajectory embracing the triad of participation, progress, and safety through the power of collective intelligence. And this approach is embodied in the MODA's overarching vision, plurality or collaborative diversity. When people from all walks of life can form digital public spaces together, we can empower the voices reaching across ideological divides and uncover our shared values in plain sight. As we navigate uncharted waters, I urge you to stand with Taiwan in the pursuit of digital resilience. We must tap into our collective intelligence, innovation, and determination to effect real and lasting change. Let's embark on this journey and show the world the indomitable spirit of democracy together. Thank you. Live long and prosper.
Thank you, Minister Tang. Our third session today will focus on the need to shape emerging technologies to ensure they align with democratic principles and respect for human rights. Dr. Audrey Tang, who is Assistant to the President for Science and Technology and Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House, will provide opening remarks for this session. Dr. Tang, the floor is yours.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you so much, Jean. Ministers and ambassadors, lawmakers, and other distinguished guests, it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you for today's third session. We're going to focus on emerging technologies that will be shaping our future. Now, President Biden often says that we have to prove that democracy works in the 21st century, and science and technology and innovation is essential to this task, because this is how we're going to open doors to step beyond the limitations of today into a different tomorrow, into a better tomorrow. Because we know that innovation is integral to our progress. And now it's never been more important, because at this pivotal point in time, we have immense aspirations. We seek plentiful opportunity and robust health for every person. We seek global security, and we seek to manage the climate crisis and thrive despite it. So we have a lot of work to do, and we are living in a time of rapid technological innovation. Think about it. We have artificial intelligence, biological technologies, new energy technologies, advances in the social sciences. Every one of these brings extraordinary potential and extraordinary risks, because the technologies may be new, but this dilemma is a very old one. Technology's power is a raw kind of power, and history shows us that it has been used for both good and for ill. But we also know from history that when individuals and societies make smart, ethical choices about how to use them, powerful technologies over time in aggregate have lifted up our communities and our world, and that is why we do this work. This is our extraordinary privilege. And of course, it also means that we have some extraordinary responsibilities. And at this summit, we come together as nations and researchers, innovators, investors, civic leaders, entrepreneurs to commit to this work together. Now, these choices that we're talking about have never been more important because we are seeing such rapid innovation, especially in the field of artificial intelligence today. AI is the most powerful technology of our times. And if we're going to seize its benefits, we have to start by tackling its risks. We've already seen some of the harms that can be caused by existing AI systems. We know that Black men have been wrongly arrested and jailed when law enforcement relied on inaccurate facial recognition technologies. We know that at least one company found that the AI-based system that it was using automatically gave lower marks to resumes that referenced women. And importantly, other risks that are related to reality distortion, to safety of physical systems, of cyber systems, of biological systems, the risk of bias, the risk to privacy. We know that these will only grow more serious as these technologies advance. So this is why the United States has taken many steps since the first Summit for Democracy to meet our responsibilities. We followed through on implementing a series of challenges to advance democracy-affirming technologies. We've established national objectives for digital assets research and development. Importantly, we've released a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. And this document outlines principles and practices that individuals and organizations and policymakers can use as they're designing and developing and deploying AI in automated systems. It's a landmark blueprint, and it can be critically important in helping ensure that we have the important protections for safety, civil rights, civil liberties, and to make sure that those are integrated from start to finish. We also released an AI risk management framework, which provides for the people who are working with AI technologies, it provides them with approaches that can increase society's trust in AI systems. We're also working to stand up a national AI research resource, because think about it, today the leading edge of AI research and development is being driven by some deep-pocketed companies, but we need AI to do much more than just serve business interests. We need applications that also serve the public good, and that's why we're working to build this data and computational infrastructure that would create many more opportunities for a much wider group of Americans to pursue AI research. And then most recently, just last month, President Biden signed an executive order that promotes data equity. It instructs agencies to focus on emerging threats, such as algorithmic discrimination in automated technology, and it also tells them to make sure that their own use of AI and automated systems advances equity. Now, today at this summit, we're also announcing actions that build on top of this work, and one of those is the launch of a trustworthy AI resource center. This is a companion to our AI risk management framework. This is a central resource for all AI creators to access for foundational content, for technical documents, toolkits, so to help enable their responsible development and use of AI. This resource will include standards and measurements, metrics, data sets. I think it's going to be a very valuable resource. Another example is our national strategy to advance privacy-preserving data sharing and analytics. And think about this. The most interesting data in the world is about people, but the flip side is that also means it's the most dangerous data in the world. And this strategy is a roadmap to use privacy-enhancing technologies to navigate this quandary. So these are actions that we're taking as a government. And I also want to mention, I think so important are the civil society initiatives that are going on. I'll mention just one that I think is a great example, and that is the Partnership on AI, which is launching a multi-sector global task force for developing inclusive AI. This is going to be a first-of-its-kind coalition. There'll be partners from the private sector and academia and civil society focused on developing research and design methods for AI to root out algorithmic discrimination and to safeguard rights and promote equitable innovation. This task force responds to the call in the AI Bill of Rights, and we're so happy to see this important work getting underway. I'll just close my opening remarks by saying that as democracies, we have this great opportunity, and with it, this great responsibility to develop and to use emerging technologies to reinforce our most important values. Answers for these problems, these immense problems that we're facing, they're not going to be one size fits all. They must be tailored to meet the local context. But still, we can learn so much from each other and build on the efforts of one another, because we all gain when countries in every part of the globe contribute to new knowledge. This is how we will achieve our greatest aspirations. And this is how we will prove democracy works in this complex century. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakar. I would now like to invite the rest of our speakers for this session to come out onto the stage. Maria Paz Canales, Head of Legal Policy and Research at Global Partners Digital and co-founder of Derecho Digitales. Also with us, Dario Amade. He is CEO and co-founder of Anthropic. And Margreta, I should know this name by now. I've said it often enough. Margreta Vestager, who is Executive Vice President of the European Commission. Our moderator for this discussion will be the President of the Center for Democracy and Technology, Alexandra Reeve-Givens. Alexandra, over to you.
Thank you so much, Jean, and thank you all for being with us today. We're going to start with some opening remarks from each of our panelists before going into a moderated discussion. And so, Madam Vice President, I would love to start with you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the welcome. I so prefer a human struggling with my name than an AI doing it in the exact precise manner. So thank you very much for this. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you very much for the thoughtful introduction. It makes my job, I think, quite easy, because I agree very much on the direction of travel that was just outlined here. And the thing is that I don't think it's an overstatement to say that the way we develop and shape technology these years will decide whether or not universal human rights will flourish also in the 21st century. And actually, it's quite a small window that we have available to make sure that as digital technologies becomes, the thing of everything, that we also get the human rights part right. Because there are so many promises when it comes to technology in health, in education, fighting climate change, mobility. The thing is that with great enormous risks. And I think there are many dilemmas. There's so many things that we don't know. But one thing that we ought to know is that we should learn from experience. And when we first saw the internet coming about, we thought, oh, wow, this will be democratic by default. This will enable an inclusive and a new era of knowledge, of personal freedom, transparent public debate, open markets full of new opportunities. And here we are. This was not the case. The way technology has developed, we see the polarization of societies, we see the echo chambers, we see diluting the differences between facts and fiction, concentrated market power in just the hands of the very, very few, making it difficult for people on their merits to get their business to flourish. So as we face sort of the upcoming of Web 3.0, artificial intelligence, virtual worlds, of course, we cannot afford to make the same mistake. We need to get it right. We cannot just assume that it will be for the greater good. because now we know that technology will not reflect our values on its own. It needs humans for technology to reflect our values. So I think it takes determination from public sectors, from private sector, wherever you are. It needs sort of an ethical mind. And I think it's impressive, and it gives optimism to see how the Summit for Democracy gathers, a very strong coalition with exactly that mindset. And the thing is that we must not be pushed into making it a choice between innovation and regulation. That is a false choice. We need indeed both. Just to mention what we have been doing within the framework of the European Union, we have the Artificial Intelligence Act, and we do not want to regulate technology. Because as we speak, a new version of ChatGPT probably is in the making. Someone is in the process of making its competitor. What we want to regulate is the use of artificial intelligence in order to advance freedoms, protect the rights that we have, so that we do not throw away in very few years what it has taken decade after decade after decade after decade to fight for. Second thing is that we want to work with partners on this, and I think the work we do within the framework of the Trade and Technology Council is proof in point. Here we have an AI roadmap in order to enable businesses on both sides of the Atlantic to get it right. And we have launched an AI for Good project in order to make available computing power, algorithmic modeling for actors for whom it would otherwise be a completely closed world. So we try to do things that are scalable so that we can welcome more partners into this, because no matter where we are, we will only be successful in not repeating the same mistakes, but to make sure that the use of technology reflects our values if we do it together. So really, really happy with this opening. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. A narrow window to get it right. Those are good words to act by. Dario, please.
Yes. Thank you for having me today. I live in California, but I feel strongly that it's important that communities around the world have a role in shaping AI's impact on society. So it's an honor to be here with Maria Paz, Alex, Vice President Vestager, whose remarks I very much agree with, and Dr. Prabhakar, all of whom are working to ensure that this is the case. At Anthropic, we think a lot about threats and safety issues in AI systems. Narrowly, we work on preventing AI systems from doing bad things or being poorly controlled. And broadly, I, as well as the company, personally worry about AI systems being used to advance autocracy and undermine democracy. But I concede that it's a basic fact about human psychology that you can't just focus on the negatives. It's good to address risks, and we spend a great deal of our time doing that, as do many folks on this panel, but it's fundamentally necessary to have some positive vision of the future, to look for ways that new technologies can help to make things actively better. I believe that the rapid advances we're seeing in AI, if applied carefully and judiciously, can advance democratic processes while also allowing democracies to maintain a competitive edge in the world. I'll give just a couple examples of things we've been involved in, but these are intended to point to a much broader class of possibilities that we should aim to pursue. One thing we've been particularly excited about is how AI language systems can help with democratic decision-making processes. Instead of thinking about how AI can strengthen autocracy, we can think about how AI can strengthen democracy. We're beginning to work with the nonprofit Computational Democracy Project on intensive research in that direction. This group runs a tool called Polis, which I believe has been mentioned in prior versions of this forum, which helps governments to collect written feedback from citizens on particular issues. It's been used in Taiwan, the UK, and many cities in the US. But one function Polis aims to build is the ability to make sense of the huge amount of feedback text that thousands of citizens provide. we're experimenting with using our AI tools to help summarize feedback and provide points of commonality, areas of consensus in seemingly disparate positions that can drive better decision making. This work could help improve the quality of democratic deliberation, leading to better and fairer decisions on public matters. Another direction I'm excited about is increasing public sector capacity for AI research and applications. Research by us and others has shown that in recent years, as AI development has become more and more expensive, going from the millions of dollars to tens of millions to hundreds of millions, and I suspect soon billions, private industry has come to dominate frontier projects with a declining role for academia, let alone government and civil society. Despite being the leader of a private company, I'm very concerned by this state of affairs. I think it's important that some high capital AI projects be built with public purpose explicitly in mind and with the right incentives. One idea we have advocated for, which Dr. Prabhakar has already mentioned in her remarks, is an idea which came out of Stanford and a number of countries are already exploring, which is the creation of national research clouds. National research clouds are public computing resources, public versions of cloud services like Amazon, that allow academics and those in government to lead AI projects with safety and public purpose in mind. An example of this is the National AI Research Resource, the NARE, being considered for funding in the US, but we also encourage other democracies to undertake similar initiatives. We are in favor of such initiatives both at home and abroad. NRCs can be used to direct research to safety and security issues, but can also be used to build state capacity for applying AI to causes across government. With the addition of government data sets, academic researchers could also pursue public interest research in areas such as severe storm prediction, transportation, or education. Finally, government can also play an important role in measurement and tracking. Agencies such as NIST in the US can help to develop standards and monitoring tools to ensure public knowledge of the state of AI and serve as tools for effective AI regulation to measure and guard against risks. In conclusion, companies don't always come to DC to call for greater competition in their field or for greater government and civil society scrutiny over their industry. But right now, the stakes for all of us are very, very high. We're all in the same boat, and it is important for AI to develop in ways that strengthen democratic values. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Maria, Maria Paz, will you chime in with a civil society perspective?
Of course. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's my pleasure to represent some of the perspectives of the civil society in this panel. So I want to start for something that can be obvious but relevant for this discussion. Technologies have human rights consequences. And emerging technologies have been usually presented as a remedy for structural inequalities in democratic societies in an attempt to achieve the full realization of human rights and the sustainable development goals. But the chances for emerging technologies for helping really to address inequalities are fundamentally dependent on the ability of those conversations to become truly inclusive and less fragmented inside societies and across the globe. Emerging technologies' consequences are determined domestically by the uneven opportunities of participation in the technology shaping from traditionally vulnerable and marginalized groups directly affected by them. At a global scale, by the ability of less developed countries to influence the governance of technologies developed in most of the cases elsewhere. There is a political economy that motivates many governments from less developed countries to enter into the emerging technology race. Visions tend to focus more in those cases on economic value of their implementation with reference to concept of digital transformation and the fourth industrial revolution, and less in mapping societal needs to be addressed by those technologies. Governments appear as the facilitators of a market and primary clients for emerging technologies, but little attention is put at that moment in the enhancing of regulatory capacity and readiness assessment of the institutional frameworks in those places. Civil society groups have witnessed with concern in recent years a number of initiatives such as predictive criminal system, facial recognition in public spaces and borders, automated welfare, digital health, among others, many times promoted and financed through international cooperation that stimulate the development and incorporation of technologies in public policy for improving government efficiency. But these implementations are carried out without comprehensive assessment of their impact on the exercise of human rights, such as privacy, freedom of expression, the right to associate, and the right not to be discriminated. So what from civil society we propose to address these concerns? First, asking for technology governance to provide mechanisms that promote a more widespread understanding in society of emerging technologies and its implications for societal interactions. Emerging technologies can contribute to build social trust and support democratic values if the systems themselves, their intended purpose, and the decision-making process for their selection and inception are transparent enough to the broader society. Trustworthy technology, something that we usually listen in the conversation, is not the merely result of technical design, as Amadeo was reminding us. It is critically the result of participatory processes, transparency, and accountability that provide legitimacy to the technical deployment and its goal. And in this, I want to bring here the example of the research that has been conducted in recent years by Derechos Digitales, a digital rights organization working in Latin America, about the implementation of artificial intelligence in this region. This research has shown a lack of systematic effort to develop instances involving citizen engagement and technology assessment by a diverse range of stakeholders. Information made available by the authorities on the launching of this artificial intelligence initiative is generally poor in quantity and quality in the absence of a specific request from civil society to have more information. Similarly, the instances for evaluation and auditing of the implemented initiatives, if they exist at all, do not constitute a central aspect of the governance design. And there is a shortage of consultation or any other participatory mechanism through the technology life cycle. Second, we need to pay increased attention in the design and evaluation before the deployment to the differential impact that emerging technologies can have in traditionally marginalized or vulnerable groups. What happens is that today this implementation takes place according to the predominant business model, and this dominant business model do not account sufficiently for gender equality and the needs of special groups of protection. So any technological implementation made exclusively under the logic of commercial introduction fails to properly account for intersectional approaches and address societal impacts with more inclusive perspective. For addressing this concern, governance mechanism should be designed with a participatory approach, consider the engagement of those who control the technology, either private or public actors, with the communities that will be impacted by those technologies. And for this, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, the UNGP, provide an interesting opportunity to anchor this business responsibility approach for technology provision in the framework of human rights protection, respect, and remedy. Third, more should be done in terms of national capacities, readiness that include regulatory infrastructure, the reference that Vice President Bester was doing also, to ensure technology deployment alignment with the exercise of human rights and democratic values. For that, we need to care about personal data protection, open data collection, and non-discrimination rules that are key components of the regulatory infrastructure. And another key piece, I will say, is the requirement for human rights due diligence on emerging technologies throughout the entire life cycle. So not just in the inception, but during the whole life of the implementation. Accountability mechanisms are essential, always have been essential for ensuring democratic values, and for technologies not different. Emerging technologies governance must be complemented by technically competent and autonomous institutions able to enforce rules and safeguard personal information, and an institutional framework where citizens can find remedy and trustworthy answers to any negative impact of the emerging technologies. Finally, this transparency exercise also demanded for international cooperation and public-private partnership, collaboration, that are usually part of the equation in this implementation and embracing globally of the emerging technologies. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Maria. And I want to start with a question for our government officials on the panel, building actually exactly off of the theme that Maria raised in her remarks, which is how we think about real-world harms that are manifesting now. There's been so much work done, really important work on guiding principles and frameworks. Dr. Prabhakar, you talked about the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, the NIST AI risk management framework, other real leadership moments. But one of the things that I think about as an advocate is how we translate those principles into actionable guidance for decision makers on the ground, right? When we think about the cross-sector impact and use of technology, what we're really talking about is an HR manager deciding whether to buy a new AI hiring tool, or a government official running a procurement process for how AI is going to be used in determining eligibility for benefits. And I'm curious how you think about translating some of those high-level principles into real kind of manifested documents, guidance, regulations, whatever it is, to try and help people at that decision point.
Thank you for that great question, because that's when reality happens.
Yeah.
And I think the power of the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights is twofold. One is that alongside principles, it lays out examples and practical suggestions for people who are making those day-to-day decisions, both in developing the technology and then choosing how to apply it. And I'll just note, we talk a lot about the technology, but these are the most human creations you can imagine. They're designed by human beings. They're trained on all the data that all of us generated, from the Bible to tweets, all these images. And then there are very human choices made about where we use these technologies. And I think staying clear-eyed about who has agency, it's not the machine, it's us, and then giving the people who are making these day-to-day decisions some very practical examples and methods. I think that's exactly the practical thing that has to happen. And that is something that as we start, we will get better, because there will be more and more good examples. The other quick point I want to make, though, is I just want to come back to the principles for a moment, because when technology is moving this fast, it makes it even more important that we be completely clear about our principles and our values, because that is what endures as each model raises our hair one more time with all that it's capable of doing.
And thank you. And Vice President Vestager, the EU is grappling with this issue right now and putting pen to paper and drafting the AI Act. And I'm curious how you think about getting that to a level of specificity that it can be used by regular people, but also dealing with the issue that all legislative drafters have to encounter, which is how you make laws that are actually evergreen and meaningful and can last into the future.
Well, just piggybacking on what was just said, for instance, we took the OECD definition of what is AI, because a lot of people, high-level expertise from different walks of society come together to make that definition, and then we translated that into a legal text, not to reinvent everything. And the second thing is to say, well, if you have a high-risk use case, it could be whether you can have a social subsidy. You've lost your job, you need a subsidy from the state. Here we've already had the first scandal in Europe, where the algorithm couldn't see straight, it discriminated people. And first the minister had to go, and then the government fell. So what the AI Act will do is that it will oblige those who will provide the AI to live up to a certain sets of obligations, for instance, explainability, and that you as a user in that kind of circumstance will have a human in the loop. And that, of course, is suggesting a paradox, because sometimes the human will be more biased than the machine. But we need to figure out how to deal with that, because we are suspicious to the machine because it's built on human data, because we realize our own biases, and yet we need a human in the loop in order to make sure that we can somehow see these biases. And the point for us in order to do this is that we have big public sectors in Europe, and we would want them to be part of the demand for AI that we can trust. So if we get the AI Act right, we have these criteria that needs to be fulfilled, then public sector, that be health sector, education, people who needs to hire, well, then they can get started and build a demand for AI that we can trust. And because of that, hopefully also setting a standard for the private sector use of AI, because much more will be available.
Maria, for you, there's so many questions about the path forward for responsible AI, and there's legislative activity. Obviously, in Europe, it is also happening in the US and other places around the world. There are principles coming out. We have government bodies talking about this, and private entities and standards bodies coming together too. I'm curious for you how you think about the role of civil society in those conversations, and really where you think and hope that those conversations will go, and on what time frame in the coming years.
Sure. I think that from my previous intervention, the first thing that I want to say about that is like we need to be part of the conversation. Like this representation of the societal concerns are usually in the voice of civil society organization, because not every citizen can be part of the conversation. So we are the facilitators. But beyond that, I think that considering the opportunities of impacting the decision-making about regulation that have the opportunity to become global standards, there is particularly relevant to highlight the role of the engagement of civil society coming from the world majority or the global south, whatever expression you feel more comfortable with, particularly in inputting in these processes, because these are the places in which these standards are setting. And even though formally they have territorial boundaries, in practice, we have seen also with other kind of regulations that they become de facto standards at the global level. So we need to be able, as civil society, to represent those concerns in this discussion at an early stage, and not becoming like an afterthought of like how then we engage with our local governments for deciding how to implement these things that already have been decided, maybe without having all the information into consideration of how these things impact in different institutional and legal settings. So I think that that's a hope that I have for the future, and I think that there is a need of investing in the resourcing of the civil society organization from that part of the world to be present in those discussions and to be able to meaningfully impact them, and also diversify the type of actor that can have access to this conversation. Because I mentioned it also in my intervention that so far we have not like a full range of consideration in terms of the vulnerable groups represented, and how we really do this assessment, having first person information from the real impacted groups. And I think that there is a very relevant experience already gathered by different type of civil society. You know that there is a full range of actors that can provide really valuable experience how this implementation of emerging technologies are hitting in the ground to these different vulnerable groups that usually are not part of this conversation.
That's great. I want to return to that conversation about how we make this a global dialogue that's happening. But Daria, first I'd love for you to chime in and talk about what role you think the private sector should play, in particular in some of these government and civil society conversations as well.
Yes. So personally, I see a huge amount of urgency in finding ways to make these kinds of collaborations work. As you know, as I said in my excuse me, earlier remarks, you know, I think for better or worse, with the field advancing so rapidly, the private sector ends up being the folks who first encounter the risks and the concerns in these systems, right? Whether they're the ones who feel the consequences of them, they're the ones who first encounter these risks. And I think this creates a huge amount of responsibility on us to act collaboratively with civil society and government. And I can think of a few separate ways that we can try to do that. First, I think it's the responsibility of private actors as citizens to directly communicate the risks to the relevant government authorities and start a dialogue with them and make sure that they are properly informed. And the same to, you know, civil society groups and universities that are gonna play a large role in guiding AI's development. I think research on the safety and societal impacts is another area, right? Private sector has access to the most frontier systems and so is more able to run the experiments. But academia may have more knowledge in terms of some of the techniques for making systems safe are not the same as the techniques for massively scaling these systems at the hyperscale. So an example would be in trying to understand and interpret these models that requires different methods and different expertise than to build them in the first place. So I think, and I think civil society and government have a sense of, the downstream consequences of the risks and how to study their consequences. And so everyone needs to contribute their little piece here. And if we don't work together, we may end up having, solutions that don't actually address the problems, or simply not put all the pieces together to solve the issue. And then finally, just wanted to repeat the things that several of us have said about national research clouds and the national AI research resource. These efforts shouldn't be controlled by private industry. That would defeat the purpose. But private industry can contribute know-how to help set them up. We've heard from university leaders in places ranging from Maine to El Paso, Texas, and they really they really would love to have these resources, and so we should all work together to make sure they happen.
Vice President Vestager, the US-EU TTC, the Trade and Technology Council, is one place where some of these very specific conversations have been moving forward about measurement and standards, and there have been other kind of really generative things coming from that dialogue. We're in the ramp up now to the next ministerial, so I know that it's a busy time for you thinking about this. I'm curious how you think about the TTC as a forum to drive forward these types of conversations, and then actually picking up on the point that Maria was just making, how we take what is a US-EU conversation, this is a global audience in a global room, and think about the kind of the global impact that that might have and how it might tee up conversations at a larger level.
Well, yes, you're right to say that within the discussions that we have between the EU and the US in the TTC, for instance, we have made this AI roadmap that includes a measurement tool. Are we on the right track for AI actually to serve the values that we say it does? So this tool has been developed, we're testing it, we've had the first sort of stakeholder feedback. Actually, it might work. So we see that there is something working here. And we want to push further. And as said, sort of establishing access to assets, AI for good, that you have access to computational power, to the modeling power, exactly, because researchers, civil society, you need access to the assets, to cloud, to computer power. Otherwise, well, you have no chance of doing any of these things. Mm-hmm. And that, of course, is open to a larger audience. I think it's something like this Summit for Democracy that is part of creating the community to say, well, no, we want to be part of this, we want to be part of that, we want to develop this. And of course, I really take the point that sort of the global research community needs to have the necessary assets to be able to take this, to test it, to develop it more, so that we don't leave it to big tech to compete about who will have the most efficient model, because this is where we are right now. And I also share the sense of urgency, because I think a lot of businesses right there, they're like, we want one too. How can our business survive without this? And that, of course, I think what we should not do is to pause it, but we should make sure that we develop in the right direction. Because even if we post it here, sort of in the halls of Summit of Democracy, in other parts of the world, they will keep developing. Because there is an alternative to AI that serves the greater good. And that is AI that is put in place for control, for limiting personal freedom, limiting freedom of expression, and that is going on right now. So there is no time for rest if we want to make sure that AI has purposes that supports democracy and freedom.
Dr. Prabhakar, I'd love to bring you in on this too, this question of how we can work across borders to advance responsible AI, particularly between like-minded nations that are committed to the rule of law, democratic framework, and human rights.
I just really appreciated what the Vice President said, because I think that's exactly right. And I think one of the things that is hard to get your head around is how fluid and how widely available this technology is. Dario and others are driving the bleeding edge of AI technology, but the ingredients that make up advances in AI are computation, data, and algorithms. And we live in a world in which we're awash in data. The internet's data is available to anyone. Algorithms are widely available. Computation it's just a matter of how much money you can shell out to first order. And so I think we should have to be clear that even though at the moment the companies that are driving the leading edge are here in the Western world, in a democracy, that this is the world's technology. And that makes it imperative that we focus on how it can be advanced to bolster democracy. And I keep coming back to the idea that if we are to seize all of its benefits, that the first place where our job, I think, is really to make sure that we focus on managing the risks, because that is what will unlock the benefits and the advances that hold promise. So I'm very much on the same page.
Wonderful. We have some question and answer from the audience. So I think we have our first question. Is there a roving mic? Excellent. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elena Hickok, and I'm the Managing Director of the Global Network Initiative. Thank you so much to the panel. And my question is, could you speak a little bit more about the human rights safeguards that are needed to guide the development, but in particular the testing of emerging technologies before they are deployed in different societies and across jurisdictions?
I'm going to exercise my moderator privilege to referee this. So, Madam Vice President, why don't we have you answer that first, and Maria, and then we'll move on to the next questions so we can get through.
Well, this is what we're pushing right now. So we have different situations. Can be that the technology is embedded in a product that we know already. And here we would want to make sure that, of course, the producer has a responsibility, but those who have the responsibility to do product testing, that they also have the competence to test what happens to a product if AI is embedded in that product. It can be toys. We have in our AI Act the proposal that AI should be forbidden if it can develop to ask you to do harm to yourself or others. So it's really important that that testing actually takes place, and in particular, if it's products that are directed towards minors. And then different authorities, depending on their agency, would have a responsibility to make sure that the laws are upheld. But first and foremost, there is a producer responsibility. Those who produce the AI cannot just say, well, no, you who bought it, you used it in a dismal manner, so now it's all your fault. We need to be able to say, well, those who develop, they also do have a responsibility to have the necessary guardrails.
Maria.
Yeah, I totally agree with what was just mentioned, but I think that one of the fundamental challenges in identifying the safeguards for evaluating the risk of impact of human rights, negative impact in human rights, it's to decide what is the standard that we are measuring this, what are the type of risks that we are considering. And for example, we have seen from civil society that sometimes these evaluations are made with a very restricted framework of considering what its risk, and not with a full perception of the possible impacts in a range of human rights that can be impacted in different settings, on how, again, taking back to my original intervention, this is differential for different type of groups. So, for example, Dr. Pravari was mentioning that it's really easy to take the pieces to really build on artificial intelligence system, considering the development that is already generated in the Western world. But at the end, we have seen that when we take the very same pieces of things that could work in some way in the Western world, in other places of the world, the result is totally different. So when we are talking about safeguard, we are not talking about one size fits all, and we need to consider that the different risks deploy or unfold in a different way, considering the particular groups that the technology will be impacting, the institutional framework in which that technology will be implemented, and the specific groups that will be impacted by it. So I think that that's fundamental to have in mind when we are talking about regulatory frameworks and proposing guidelines on how to structure these safeguards.
Wonderful. Our next question.
Great. Thank you so much to the panelists. My name is Peter Chapman, and I'm an associate director with Article 1. We've been talking a lot about human rights legislation and its proliferation around the world. We talked about the AI Act. There's also the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive in Europe, as well as the Digital Services Act. When you all think about a more regulated human rights and technology space, what are the greatest opportunities you see from regulation, and what are the greatest risks when we look across countries? Thanks.
Dr. Prabhakar, let's start with you, and then Daria will let you weigh in.
I appreciate the complexity of your question because to me it's important to start by acknowledging that this is a complex landscape. And I first of all think part of what I think has riveted everyone's attention about the advances in AI. Number one, the speed at which it's moving, but number two, the breadth of applications, because as these models become much more powerful, it's not just AI that accelerates a search or that is a voice assistant on a consumer device. Now we're seeing the same core technology be able to support so many different kinds of applications. I have a daughter who is a software programmer, and when I talk to her about how she writes code today, it has changed, and it's going to change even faster because these new systems speak the language of computers as well as the language of human beings. The same is true about the language of biology. And when you start to see that, and then when you think about the many different dimensions of risks that are about safety, risks that are about concerns about bias, risks about privacy, the risk to jobs and the changing nature of work that will come, and the one that I think is, in my mind, is paramount, which is the dangers to truth and trust and democracy. Each of those has a different character and will require different approaches. So I think there's a desire for something that would be a simple solution that would deal with all of this complexity. And in my mind, we need to think of it much more as a mosaic that will deal with the different dimensions of all these applications and different types of risks.
Jared, do you want to engage, particularly picking up on how this creates an enabling environment for responsible tech, which is ultimately one of the goals here?
Sure. So I don't have too much to add to Dr. Prabhakar's remarks, but it's worth maybe discussing a couple challenges. I think one challenge is, making sure that government and regulation, which I think is sorely needed, keeps pace with the pace of the technology. So, the technology is changing so fast that even as one of the people developing it, I have trouble keeping up with it, right? And so then you can talk about researchers outside my field, civil society organizations, and then government processes, right? Which have so many more moving pieces. So I would say that's an important challenge that we have to think about. We need this regulation, and yet it needs to keep up. And then I would say, I think another challenge or maybe another dilemma is that we sorely need to address a huge number of these risks from disinformation to the kind of possible dangerous misuses of the model, to accidents that may happen with the model, to impacts on the labor market. And so we desperately need to help guide these technologies. But as was discussed with kind of the pause idea, we don't necessarily want to kind of slow down too much or with a heavy hand, because there are, far away from here, there are autocracies which are building the same thing for their own ends, and it will undermine the cause of human rights if we slow down uncarefully and let them do that. And so somehow we have to steer between both of those possibilities, which I think is very difficult.
If I may just add two risks. I think the first risk is that we are being timid. That we say, oh, but I don't understand technology in full, so I better be really careful. But regulation is not about technology, it's about society. So I think we need to say it's 100% legitimate for the legislator to legislate, to say this is the direction we want. We are elected to serve the people. This is the direction we want. And the second risk is that we do not enforce in full, that we're being distracted, that we're not focusing our resources, because it's difficult to pass legislation. Even in Europe, even when we have now, I think, quite a stack, but it's so much more difficult to enforce it. because when you legislate, you change perception. When you enforce, you change behavior. And just looking at yourself trying to start running or stop smoking or something, idea, easy, action, difficult.
Yep. Our next question.
Yeah, thanks so much for the rich discussion. My name is Veronica Ferrari. I work with the Association for Progressive Communications, APC. So I wanted to ask to the panelists, what do you see as the human rights risks of generative artificial intelligence systems? And we've been talking about safeguards, but what safeguards might be needed connected with this specific technology? So thanks.
This is such a question of the day that I actually would love all of you to answer, but Maria Paz, let's start with you.
Okay, thank you. I think that this is a good example for expanding in my previous answer in terms of it's the ideal study case in terms of like how wide can be the impact of the implementation of this type of technology. So if we look at on the lens of the human rights impact assessment, we should be considering what could be the possible impact of this generative AI in fields so different as healthcare or disinformation or education system. So we will realize that the type of risks are so diverse that we need to think in how to address them in a very different way. But if we think only in a limited application of use, that identification of risk is very limited. And what we are seeing so far in terms of the evaluation is that this level of comprehensiveness in the evaluation of the technology is not naturally happening inside the companies, and it's something that definitely it's a place for talking about more regulation in terms of like putting the companies on the way of like implementing this more comprehensive assessment previous to the launches of the technology, because currently we have a news coverage from the New York Times for telling us that there were particularly results that were problematic about the generative AI, and that could be fixed later on. But how many other risks in other fields are not identified yet? And the tool is already available there, impacting how school kids are doing their homework, and also the organization of information in different professional fields. And for example, how this tool, in the example that I provided before, will impact the availability of health advice, or the investment that different institutions or even government have to make in how devote resources in hiring more physicians or healthcare workers, or investing in these technologies for providing healthcare advice. So all these are very different examples of use of a generative AI, and they are all risks that should be considered before launching a tool like this.
Daria, let's go to you next. It's particularly interesting given your professional background, which I might ask you to disclose where you were before Anthropic and the story there, and then we'll have our government officials give what will be the final word.
Yes, so I mean, in answer to that, I've worked several of the companies now doing generative AI. I've worked at Google, I worked at OpenAI for 5 years before founding Anthropic, so I think I've seen the development of this field. And unfortunately, I see a wide range of risk to deploying generative AI. Not that we can't solve them. I also suspect that maybe some of the biggest risks are things we aren't even thinking of or haven't even identified yet. But to give some examples of these risks, I think one that's a little bit underappreciated and I think deserves more attention is securing generative AI systems. So there's a funny dynamic in how these systems are trained, where you can pay $10 million, $100 million, maybe even more to train one of these systems, and then the result is a file that fits on a flash drive and is very cheap to actually run. Furthermore, if you have access to that file, you can undo all the safeguards that we may have very diligently put in place for free. So you can pay a huge amount of money and then have some bad actor use it to their own ends, whether that's a private bad actor, whether that's a autocratic state actor. And so we need to work together between the companies who train these and experts in security and governments to make sure that these things are not stolen and misused in ways that undermine human rights. I think another aspect that is maybe a bit more known is making sure that the outputs of these models are fair to people. That they don't they don't systematically discriminate against certain sets of people against other folks. And our team has pioneered red teaming, including what we call culturally competent red teaming, which is making sure that people who try to test these models for ways in which they're unfair come from a wide variety of backgrounds, and that's an ongoing problem that's going to take kind of a long time to solve. Another thing I would mention around generative AI is this thing about authenticity and truth. So there have been just in the last week, circulating around on the internet, fake images of various world leaders dressing in ways they would normally dress, claiming that they were arrested when they weren't, and so you can see the ability for this to undermine truth. So working on things like watermarking or verification or monitoring usage seems very important. And then I think finally one of the systemic risks is just this that the systems are being developed by a very small set of people, and that's not a specific risk, but it's a generator of risks. And so again, with the National Research Clouds, making sure that we can level that playing field.
And Vice President, your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a very good illustration of the dilemmas, because on the one hand side, it shouldn't just be for the very few who can throw 100 millions after developing an AI. But on the other hand side, if everyone can have it on their computer and we don't know how they will use it, well, that's not safe either. So it's kind of a dilemma. And I think that goes for everything that we're talking about here, that there are really no easy answers. So for me, the most important thing is not to shy away. Because if us have the ambition of making sure that human rights is also a real thing in the 21st century, and we weren't too good at it in the 20th century anyway, then we need to engage much more and not shy away from the dilemmas, not shy away from what is difficult, because then someone else will take it and run with it. And I think in all these many applications, the very fundamental of democracy, that it starts with the respect and the integrity of the individual. I think that is the very core. And from that comes everything else, because if we get that right, that every one of us has the same equal right to be here, and our integrity is the starting point, then we'll get the rest right.
Wonderful. Dr. Verbacher, please give us our concluding words.
What a pleasure to be part of this conversation with all of you. I think the question's really been addressed beautifully. Maybe I'll just summarize. When I think about all the different applications of this technology, it's going to affect people. And we've talked a lot about the dark side, but there are bright sides as well, and they are intimately connected. So, a chatbot is going to help a school child learn any topic in this phenomenally effective way. And a chatbot is also going to take people to a psychological black hole and create mental health issues. There will be new capabilities that make graphic designers phenomenally more creative and able to do their jobs, and others will lose their jobs. If you think about other domains like cyber, we're going to have faster, better software. We're already getting faster, better software, and we're also going to get faster, better cyber attacks. We're going to be much better at engineering biology to solve some of the hardest problems in the world, from human health to dealing with climate change. And we will have new classes of bio threats. And I think it's hard to keep both of those in your head at the same time, but I think we have to in order to navigate to a place where we manage these risks and ultimately do seize the benefits of this power that is in this technology.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much for the rich discussion. Thank you for the great audience questions. And again, it was a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Alex and to our panelists. Our numbers have diminished. We would love for you to move up so we have more people at the front of the room. It's a little bit, we feel lonely up here if we don't see faces. So thank you. I really appreciate you doing that. While you're moving, let me introduce our next guest. We are fortunate to be joined today by Senator Robert Menendez. He is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's going to make remarks on Congress's role in advancing technology and democracy. Please welcome Senator Menendez.
Well, thank you, Jean. Good afternoon, everyone, to the parliamentarians, the diplomats, distinguished guests that are here. 2 years ago, the people of Cuba took to the streets chanting down with the dictatorship. Government forces tried to silence the protesters with tear gas and violence. Afterwards, I had a Catholic priest from Cuba visit me here in Washington. He told me about a young man who came to see him in church. The young man said to him, and I quote, "I would fight. I would give my life for the cause of freedom, if only someone would know that I died. If only someone would know that I died." I think about that kind of incredible bravery 2 years later, and I know that in the long term, democracy will succeed. That's why I'm so grateful to have a chance to speak to you as we close out this second Summit for Democracy. And we see the challenges of democracy globally and the challenges to those who seek to uphold its basic underpinnings at a moment that a reporter for the Wall Street Journal, Evan Gersovich, has been wrongfully and illegally detained in Russia. These are the challenges that those countries represent. At this critical time, we must come together with our allies to confront the cabal of authoritarian countries that we face around the world. Now, I know you have spent a good part of the summit speaking to the potential of artificial intelligence and technology to meet this global challenge, but I'd like to take this opportunity to broaden out that conversation a bit. I want to say to Secretary Blinken, who I know will be here shortly, that I want to thank him for being a strong partner in this fight for democracy, and to join so many from all across the world who care so deeply about this cause. This is a fight that is very close to my heart. My parents came to the United States as refugees from Cuba, escaping a dictatorship. They did everything they could to get to this country. To them, the United States was truly a shining city upon a hill. And growing up in New Jersey, my family had to struggle to give us a shot in life. But as hard as that struggle was, we knew that we had a chance because we were free. Free to pursue our goals, free to work where we please, free to speak out for what we believed in. When I look around the world today, I see average people who are willing to risk everything for the cause of freedom and democracy. Iranian women who took to the streets despite the tear gas, torture, and executions. The Burmese who peacefully protest a military dictator that has kept a boot on the neck of their nation's democratic ambitions. The Uyghurs who stand up for human rights even as Beijing uses biometric data and facial recognition technology to repress them and very often have them in a concentration camp. And in Ukraine, despite bombing maternity wards, despite the targeting of civilians, despite Putin's nuclear threats, Ukrainians have fought back. Now, freedom is not set in stone, and democracy is not a finished product. It is something that we need to continuously fight for and defend. That's why just 2 days ago, I held a democracy hearing at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And when I looked out across the table at our witnesses, I could see the fire burning in their eyes. Leopoldo Lopez, who was brave enough to speak out against the brutal Venezuelan regime. They tortured him, they sent him to solitary confinement, but he comes out of prison fighting for freedom. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, who is widely believed to have won an election against a dictator in Belarus, she was another one of our courageous witnesses. Such relentless drive of these freedom fighters inspires me each and every day, which is why I led the bipartisan passage of the State Department authorization last year. From the Cyber Bureau to the Global Internet Freedom Funds, it is a vision for taking on the challenges of the future. And this year, Senator Risch, the ranking Republican on the committee, and I are working on another bill to put us on a stronger path to our challenges with China. With resources and staffing, it will strengthen our economic tools and our engagement throughout Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa to make sure we are advocating for democracy and human rights. It'll modernize our tools to combat digital authoritarianism and disinformation. Because if democracy is going to succeed, we need the most up-to-date, cutting-edge technology on our side, much of which you have heard and or engaged with for the last 2 days. We need to keep the internet on when dictators try to turn it off, to shield the identities of journalists and political activists, to stop commercial spyware from being used to target human rights advocates, and to track autocrats' stolen wealth using both open source data and financial forensics. As vanguards of the democratic order, we all know what's at stake in this fight. That's why in the coming weeks, I'll introduce legislation to counter authoritarianism and help those fighting for freedom. It will create a limited visa category to provide safety to human rights defenders and democracy advocates. It will address transnational repression and combat the corruption that nourishes autocratic regimes. We need to defend the principles that free people cherish and millions more yearn for around the world today. It's our job to continue on with the legacy started by the likes of Aristotle and Correus in Greece, by Thomas Jefferson, Cesar Chavez, and Martin Luther King. Today, this legacy lives on in the names like Caramusa, Tikhanovskaya, Otero, Lopez, and yes, Zelensky. As defenders of freedom and democracy, we must take up that mantle. It is our turn in the arena, our turn to stand in the shadow of these giants and defend the principles that they dedicated their lives to. Now, I've been at a lot of these gatherings where commentators like to say that around the globe, democracy is backsliding. The autocrats have the upper hand and the good guys are on their back foot. But I tell you they are wrong. Wrong because I believe we are in the midst of a global democratic renewal. One where Democrats and freedom fighters are seizing the initiative and standing up for their rights. My friends, I've been fortunate to champion these issues in Congress over the past 3 decades. In this time, I've come to learn that solidarity with democracy activists is a lifelong endeavor, not one tied to a specific democracy program or summit. Our work is never complete and requires constant tending. So I'd like to share 4 observations based on this experience. First, to our Secretary of State, U.S. diplomats must consider support for democracy and human rights central to their role in advancing U.S. interests. They need to be trained and incentivized to carry out this mission around the world. If we say democracy is under threat, then our diplomats must be an essential part of the frontline response. Second, to those who may be parliamentarians here in this room and beyond, international solidarity and action from our legislative bodies is essential in the global fight for freedom. I work with teams of chairs of foreign relations committees from around the world to support democracy and human rights. With our joint statements, with our legislative ideas and initiatives, we are a strong voice for freedom, particularly at times when our governments cannot or may not go as far. So I urge my counterparts to join this effort and make sure that legislators are a robust voice in this cause. Third, we must be agile and ready to support those democracies facing economic hardship. The president of Zambia, a strong partner of the United States, recently said, and I quote, "You can't eat democracy." He's right. So when a country is trying to do the right thing, we need to move quickly. Whether it's U.S. private investment or through USAID, DFC, or MCC, we need to show democracies can deliver for their people. And fourth and finally, we need to support all the elements of democracy. That's why I was glad to speak at this event representing the first branch of our democracy. We need to support small d Democrats, civil society and political parties, independent labor unions and journalists. Finally, let me close with a few words from a letter that Russian dissident Vladimir Kara-Murza wrote me after he was arrested in Russia. He wrote me and he said, quote, "Soviet dissidents like to say that the night is darkest before the dawn," and they turned out to be right. He went on to say, "Despite everything, I know that one day Russia will be free, and we will always be grateful to those who stood with us at this most difficult hour." As someone facing up to 20 years in a Russian prison, it was moving to see him quote human rights advocate Erwin Cutler, who said, "The worst nightmare for a political prisoner is to be forgotten." So to Vladimir and all the jailed Russian dissidents, we will not forget you until you are free, and do not give up hope. To those who have been forced to flee their homeland, do not lose hope of return. To those who are living in the shadow of a brutal dictatorship, do not despair. If we dedicate ourselves to the cause of freedom around the world, I believe democracy will flourish, that light will win over darkness, and that we will triumph over tyranny. The work that you are doing here is so critical to make that a reality. Thank you very much for having me with you.
Thank you so much, Senator Menendez. Our mission here today was to talk about how we should harness technology to work for democracy as opposed to against democracy. We heard from a variety of wonderful speakers who came from a variety of different backgrounds, but there seemed to be a consensus around this, that democracies have got to work with one another, and they have to partner with civil society, and they have to partner with industry to ensure that rights are advanced in our digital future. Another message that came across loud and clear is that we need to combat the misuse of technology and digital authoritarianism. As we look forward, all of us should take this as a charge. It is our mission to make sure this is what happens in the weeks, months, and years ahead of us. Today's event is the final convening as part of the Second Summit for Democracy to close out the summit on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration. Let me again introduce the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. It is my honor now to actually close out the summit. And I want to start by thanking everyone, all the heads of state and representatives from more than 100 countries, leaders of subnational governments, partners from civil society and the private sector, for joining us, for taking part in this second Summit for Democracy. And I was really pleased to see, as I was coming in, Senator Menendez, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, was heading out. Other members of Congress who participated were grateful for that participation. And a special thank you to our summit co-hosts, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Zambia, and our next summit host, the Republic of Korea. I'd especially like to thank the Deputy Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs, Youngmin Park, for joining us from Seoul here today, and for the partnership as the United States prepares to pass the summit baton to Korea. In his first year in office, President Biden launched the Summit for Democracy out of recognition that democracy is our single most powerful tool for unleashing human potential and delivering for our people. We know that democracies are more inclusive, more equitable, more peaceful, more prosperous, more able to address the issues that matter most in the lives and livelihoods of their populations, whether it's protecting public health, advancing children's education, expanding economic opportunity. And we know that the pursuit of a stronger, freer, more democratic future is shared by people and governments from big and small countries, north and south, developed and developing. As President Biden has said, democracy doesn't happen by accident. It requires constant effort, constant tending by each new generation and by each of us. And indeed, we're at an inflection point when it comes to the future of democracy, where the defining question of this time is whether we are willing to do what it takes to make sure that democracies continue to deliver for their people, continue to thrive. Throughout this year of action, this group has answered that question with a resounding yes. Since the last Summit for Democracy, we have made, and we are delivering on, over 700 commitments that help us defend and strengthen democratic values and institutions. These commitments include new laws and initiatives to combat corruption, like Ecuador's new national anti-corruption strategy, the Dominican Republic's non-conviction-based asset forfeiture, and Australia's National Anti-Corruption Commission Act. Steps to support a free and independent press, including the contributions of France, Slovakia, New Zealand, and the United States, to initiatives that help independent news outlets become more financially stable and sustainable and protect journalists, as well as the abolition of laws, as in Zambia, that could be used to silence government critics. Governments have taken measures to bolster democratic institutions, including judicial reform in Albania and Angola, to encourage inclusive representation in government, particularly by women, members of the LGBTQI+ community, and other historically marginalized groups. And many have taken action to protect civic and human rights. The Democratic Republic of Congo passed landmark legislation to recognize indigenous peoples' land and cultural rights. Taiwan lifted barriers to prevent the recognition of transnational same-sex marriage. Nepal passed legislation to punish perpetrators of acid attacks and rape, to name just a few. These national commitments are significant. They're making a difference, an actual difference in the lives of millions of people around the world. And as we close this second Summit for Democracy, as we prepare for summits to come, we'll continue to help one another sustain, adapt, and build on our collective efforts. Because President Biden believes deeply, as do I, that safeguarding our democracies is a collective effort, one that depends on our governments and on our people working together. Because all people, all nations, all sectors have contributions to make. And for sure, none of us has a monopoly on ideas, never mind good ideas. And that's exactly why we tried to bring such a wide-ranging group of summit participants together to drive progress on shared priorities, from promoting youth engagement in politics, supporting an independent press, securing free and fair elections, and as we discussed today, shaping the norms around the internet and emerging technologies. And it's why such a major focus of our work leading up to this summit, and in the months that will follow it, is on multilateral efforts, including democracy cohorts, innovative platforms that bring governments together with leading civil society and private sector groups. This shared fight against corruption is just one powerful example of why we need to work together across borders and with partners across our societies. And there's been, and I'm pleased that we've done it, real focus on combating corruption through our Summit for Democracy process. We know that corruption is a transnational scourge. It discourages investment. It stifles competition. It deepens inequities. And maybe worst of all, it erodes public trust in government and institutions. Every country, unfortunately, has experience in fighting corruption, experience that we need to be sharing with one another. Over the last 15 months, the United States, together with the Brookings Institution and the Open Government Partnership, which includes 76 countries, 106 local governments representing more than 2 billion people, and thousands of civil society organizations, we've been leading a new financial transparency and integrity democracy cohort to do just that, to come together, to bring our experiences, our knowledge, and our efforts together in combating corruption. Bringing these diverse perspectives together, the cohort has worked to study the problem across regions, and it's crafting actual solutions based on lessons learned, based on best practices from member countries. Guidelines put together by the cohort will help prevent bad actors from shielding illicit activity behind shell companies, stopping corrupt government officials and their cronies from enriching themselves, making sure that gatekeepers of the financial system, lawyers, accountants, investment managers don't enable money laundering. This work, this summit, is about looking inward at our democracies, recognizing our challenges, striving to do better by our people. And in a very profound way, I believe that's what distinguishes democracies, our willingness to confront these challenges out in the open, transparently, to acknowledge our shortcomings, not to sweep them under the rug, not to pretend they don't exist. That is one of our greatest strengths. It's what we mean in the United States when we commit to the enduring task of forming a more perfect union. We don't believe that we hold all the solutions, far from it. But we do know that when we join together with our fellow democracies, we make one another stronger, more resilient, more responsive to our citizens, and better able to do what we're here to do, which is to deliver for them and, I hope, for the world. So to each of you, we're still here hanging in there at the end of the day. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your engagement, but not just today, every single day in doing this work. It matters. It's making a difference, and I can think of no recent time in history when it's been more vital. So thanks to everyone. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you to Secretary Blinken, and I want to thank all of the truly impressive guests who joined us today to share their thoughts and share their expertise. Thanks also to all of you in the audience, both here and those who are watching us online. I'm sure the remarkable conversations that we've had today will spur even more discussions that will help us to advance technology for democracy together in the coming months and years. Thank you, and please enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.